Alrighty, let's get started. Hey everybody, welcome. Welcome. My name is Brian Andrelzik. I'm a real-life theme park designer who likes to play RCT and Parktect and all those other games. Um, welcome to the stream. Um, Today we are working on our Pier Park. This is a kind of combination of Blackpool and Brighton Pier and Blackpool South Pier and some other ones in between that we've been trying to kind of base a park off of for the last little while. So welcome everybody. Welcome AJ. Welcome Mark. Welcome Jay the barista. Thank you for the follow. I saw you followed me earlier today. Thank you for that. Hope you're doing well. How is everybody today? Yeah, I think the Waltzer is turning out okay. So this is what we built last time. I was pretty happy with the overall kind of core and shell of the whole thing, um, with a couple of object needs that I've been working with Extreme on for some things. Granted, he's a little busy at the moment with Head-to-Head Classic, but we'll fill this in at some point here soon. And hey, KWS, KW6, doing well. Um, Not too bad. Oh, nice. All right. Yeah, it's you know, I like Twitch. It was one of those things that it took me a little bit to get on, and I don't necessarily understand a whole lot of streaming things still, but it's a nice way to at least stream and kind of. I find this easier than YouTube streaming, I guess. I'm not entirely sure why, but I just. So for those who haven't been around for a lot of this, so this is kind of what we're doing. And this doesn't show a whole lot except to show that we haven't gone very far. We had started doing some stuff here before we kind of changed our mind as to what was going on. So right now we're building this Pier Park right here. And then the kind of stem of the park is going to be kind of coming down the center here. And some kind of an arcade building at the front. Sort of a main boardwalk promenade that's going to extend. Let's draw over here. Let's see here. Boardwalk. Do it this wood. The boardwalk will extend all the way down through here. And I want to have like a tram lane, and some other stuff like that. Then we're going to have, here in the red, this will be our Blackpool Pleasure Beach style park. Basically sitting confined by some roads. And then we'll have kind of some stuff up this way, like roadway stuff. We'll have road coming up diagonally here, this way, and then we'll have all sorts of the English seaside town context and all that. And hey, Canava, how are you today? And grid system, that sort of stuff that goes all along there. So it's going to be quite a bit. Oh yeah, sorry. The zooming out really far definitely doesn't work so hot if you're on smaller screens. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We are happy to be streaming a little bit. I missed our Thursday Parktech stream for the last 2 weeks in a row, but we'll get back to that this week, I think. But today's drink is not booze, but it is a giant soda. Like, look at this cup. It's like the size of my head. From the restaurant that we went to. This was the to-go cup. So I'm gonna be a little wired here for a little bit because it's like 32 ounces of Pepsi, much less the ones that I had at the restaurant. Anyway, ooh, root beer. Yeah, heck yeah. What's your root beer preference? I'm a fan of good root beer. So last time we did our waltzer, and we have the hack more or less set up. It was a pretty complicated hack actually, just with the synchronizing, and one of these is going backwards, and one of them is going forwards. They're both using the powered train. They're both with some customized stats, so they should theoretically accelerate at the same time whenever they go. The challenge being that with the spinning car half a height above the spinning platform, it all glitches. So I'm not really willing to go forward with that right now. So we're just kind of sitting this to the side for the moment. I've got Kinos or Real Steel, who made the rotating platform, looking at that. Um, so that's something that once we get it fixed, we'll put it we'll put it in here, and then the platform around it we're still working on. Gotta figure out what the solution for that is, but we can get that sorted out. Yeah, heck yeah, the all the local root beers and stuff are really good. So as of today, I'm not entirely sure what we were going to focus on. I'd kind of like to start another flat ride or maybe the haunted house even. But I think, we can at least start with some details here, and then maybe we even start with some of the pier columns and supports a little bit. So should be should be all right as far as that goes. Hey, Matt, welcome. Yes, the haunted house will be fully functional. It'll be a ride through haunted house. Did I put this at 2? I did put this at 2. Hmm. I don't know if I want to go at that. I'll have to see where that one's going to land. I guess I can't really do that just yet because I want to time. So we did actually throw in this uh, coaster house, or coast. That was a brain fart there. The coaster station. Last time late, as we tried to kind of wrap up what was going on here. So I don't hate it. I think it looks all right. It's got some decent flashing lights and stuff. Pretty simple overall. Sort of based on that Brighton Pier thing going on. Um, haunted house will be here ish. Now, they are going to be intense. It's probably going to have to come with like a seizure warning or something because it's definitely a lot of flashing lights, especially when we roll into some of these other ones because we've got a lot of pretty legit flashing light objects. So we've got this, which when you add to it, it can be pretty intense. We've got this, got this, got these. This, and then flashing lines, sorts of things. So what I don't have just yet is I don't think I have is Josh's flashing lights from Stardust Circuit. That's one that I'd like to bring in here at some point because like LED panel screens or something. I feel like none of this stuff is fancy enough for that, but we'll kind of see. Um, so one of the things that I'm looking at right now is the structure of the pier itself. So originally we kind of sized the pier to what you see here, this sort of octagonal thing. I was looking at spacing. So it turns out since we left a single space down the middle, I kind of thought maybe every four tiles and then a column. So I guess every 5 would be your bay. Um, which if we do it on this side, it makes sense, but then we have to extend out by 2 more. I don't think that's an issue. I'd be curious to know if anybody's got any thoughts about that, but essentially uh, we would be here-ish. Then it'd be 2 more out from where we were before, so 2 essentially. I don't think that would be too bad. Welcome, Haggith. How are you today? Oh, thanks for stopping by. Too bad, not too bad. We're building the Pier Park today, or at least continuing the Pier Park. Um, what I don't want it to seem is too gigantic, I guess. With my concern is, and granted, I think when we're doing the whole everything else, it's not going to look so bad. And once we throw in some context and everything, I don't think it's going to be awful. I mean, the other option is to shorten the whole thing up even further, but I kind of worry that if we cut off another strip, it's going to seem too small. Um, so I don't know. I guess the question is, to anybody in chat who cares to answer, do you think it makes more sense to expand as I've done here, or shorten it up by ones. We start the diagonal at this first one, so it's just a little bit smaller overall. I could really go either way. I don't think I'm going to be hurting too hard if we go either one. Um, but I think expands my vote generally. Um, and yeah, I guess enjoy your lurk. All right, 3 expands. Sounds like a winner. Which honestly, that may help us make some other decisions here, as far as some of the wider stuff that we're going to be doing. All right, so 2, 2, and then we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of. Okay. I guess it doesn't need to be all 6, but anyway, we'll make it that. It's not necessarily a problem. And the other question will end up being: Is this a pier park during high tide or is it during low tide? I was struck in England by how many or how much the tide variation was on some of these pier parks. It was shocking how large some of the in and out was. All right. Actually opens us up for maybe a little bit more. Well, it definitely opens us up for a little bit more. Uh, yeah, I think that's the thing. Is it's gonna look in proportion to the rest of the map as long as I kind of cover it well. Because what I want to do is I kind of want the water to start. I don't want the water to start like here. I guess pretty much where the beach is. And then the beach would be all the way from here to here. I think should be fine. So that way we still get a nice long beach. We get a nice long and everything else, and we should be good. I kind of like the, even though it's sort of desolate, I kind of like the Blackpool like breakwater that they've got. Let's look at that real quick. Presume the Brighton now to start. Let's go to Blackpool and have a look. North Pier, South Pier. I see off the edge is the question. And not super. Hmm. I used to have a log flume? Wow. Hmm. That looks like it used to be set up in the parking lot. That's interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, I've got some pictures of this, and it is kind of interesting seeing it here because this is it's funny seeing this image, the tide fully in, so the water the whole way in. Because when we were there, none of this pier was over the water. Like the water was probably out here somewhere, just substantial. Yeah, this is what it looked like when we were there. Tide being out pretty much the whole way, all the way. It's a heck of a skyline, though. Isn't that cool? I do. I've said it probably too many times in the stream, but man, I really enjoyed Blackpool. It was a lot of fun. I think for structural supporting of this this pier, I think what we're going to end up looking at is basically a big box beam. So like a set of 4 columns that's or a four post column that um, has a basically a lattice beam across, and then it supports the whole darn thing. Hey, Desert Nessie, welcome. How are you? Having a good day, hopefully. All right, so let's lower this and share this. Yeah, yeah, KW. I was really surprised at just how much variation there was. Like, it was shocking. Um, did not anticipate that at all. Okay, so we'll have. I kind of wish I had spent more time on the beach, to be honest. Like, I mean, it was nice. At least just walking around a little bit and everything else. I didn't get my dad collects sand from different beaches around the world, so he's got like a little tiny glass bottles worth of sand from all different places around the world, which I think is kind of neat. But I didn't end up getting him any from there, and I kind of wish I had. I guess next time around I'll have to do that. Okay. This is oriented, and I think there should be another one. The sand collection is not as extensive as the shot glass collection, um, which we are now how many weeks on from that stream when we returned or when we came back. But it's oh, no worries. I'm sure we'll be back at some point. Not too much with that. Thank you for the offer though. But I still haven't sorted out like any of this. So all the mugs are still here. All of the park maps are still there. All of the shot glasses are still here. Uh, Not so good. uh, oh well. Okay, so. All right, we'll put one kind of centralized there, and we'll do. Way at least I can keep kind of familiar. I did this week, by the way, get RCT1 reinstalled on here, which is going to be convenient for future future builds, just from having land textures and things like that able to be used again. I'd gotten it kind of in preparation for viewing the head-to-head classic parks I was not intending to ever join, um, but thought it would be nice to have at the very least for everything. And I promptly started scenario. I did. I don't know if you guys follow Mick and Man's RCT station on YouTube, Andrew. You should if you don't. He's who I do fix my coaster layout with, which we'll have a new one here pretty soon, within a couple of weeks, I think. But he's been tackling a bunch of early RCT1 scenarios in both the expansion packs and the uh, Corkscrew Follies original game as well, and everything else. And I found it very nostalgic, just in general. Like it's just watching his videos makes me want to play those games. So I did pull out. I think it was Fun Fortress was the one. So I actually have a scenario that I've been playing and I'm about to win on that one. That has a and it's somewhat, at least I'm trying to be somewhat thoughtful about how I'm building the stuff, so it's not just my old time building style of when I kind of first started in the scenarios of just like plonking stuff down and being very efficient about winning, but trying to make it look good too. So that's always kind of fun. So I'll probably share some pictures of that at some point, or at some point today we can even pop open the save file. I did make a dueling wooden coaster, which was fun. I was kind of the same style as Grand National, only to then realize that I didn't have the 6-seater PTC trains. I only had the GCI articulated ones, so that kind of soured me on that one a little bit. But I did make it. Um, oh. Hey, all right, that'll be good. You're gonna have a great time. Alton is so much fun. Dan and I had a great time. Dan got to hang out with us and had a good time the whole day. It was great. All right, so let's make sure we got this right. So we had all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 6. And then you're coming here, right, Mav? You got? Are you coming straight from England to here? 5, 6. I don't think I would do Alton without fast track, to be honest. And having done it once now, I'm now spoiled from it, which is always a little much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're at least here now. Yeah, we got crushed by the school holidays, and granted, I'm glad we had our thing. Um, yeah, it really does. I had a spare day built into my trip plan in case I needed a second day. With the fast pass, we were good. We got, I mean, even still, we got. I underestimated how long it took, and Mav, this may be a tip for you. Um, from the parking lot to the entrance, and I made the mistake of not taking the monorail. Usually the monorail, it's like a 3/4 mile walk. So by the time we actually got into the park, we were like 30 minutes on from opening. Um, so that was a bit of an annoyance, but we um, we had what 10 to 6, I think it was, for our day, and we took it relatively easy, but we were moving the whole time. Got two on Spinball. We got two on Smiler, one on Oblivion, one on Rita, one on 13, um, two on Wicker Man. We were going for a third, but it broke down. Um, three on Nemesis and three on Galactica, and then I did one on Duel, the shooter dark ride. I think that was everything. We did explore the castle a little bit, and then what else? Up for a quick bite. Nothing too fast. I wanted to do the cable cars, but that was broken down the whole day too, so we kind of missed out on all that. It was a little bit sad, but next time for sure. Um, but yeah, Fast Pass will make it worth it for sure. Oh, and Octonauts, the kids coaster, that was our longest wait. It was like 45 minutes. So if you are gonna do the kids coaster to get the credit for it, just be prepared. It's a long wait, or hit it early. Pretty roomy, so you'll be fine as far as your height goes. Yeah, definitely. I would knock that and Spinball out first, just to get. They're kind of both at the same location, although the there's a pathway that goes to it, but they have it blocked with a fence, which is somewhat annoying. Um, so just be aware of that. All right, so let's pull this one back in by two, maybe by two. So let's adjust this. That way we can bring this rainbow in a little bit. I'm working on potentially a custom vehicle for the rainbow. Slide that in. We'll see if we actually do that in the end or not. But anyway, let's pull this back and then go forward on this one. Okay. Then we'll have our center kind of covered area here. Then, and this is where I'm largely basing off of Brighton. So actually, let's back in, look at Brighton again. Boss. Oh, there I am. Okay. So, got our full spacing as this goes. I think this center column for us is going to end up being a little bit larger in the end. Not too much. There's a couple of kids rides. I do like having the women's restrooms. They're off to the side. A lot of nice street view here, which is kind of good. We should probably put in these cable trays, which is what I assume these removable bits are. And then, of course, the haunted house. But let me pull up our structural look. I'd like to start to look. All right, let's trade photos here real quick. This always takes me a minute. All right, I want to change this to Brighton. Image 4335. There was an easier way to do this in OBS. I'm guessing there probably is, and I just don't know what I'm doing. But there we go. Look at that. Oh. Alternate at the speed of light. All right, so this is Brighton's. Brighton Pier's structural, I guess, supporting. So what we've got here is a main beam, it looks like, sitting on these columns that are like taller than not down, and then some kind of a nice decorative handrail. It looks like it sits in by like a quarter maybe, and then there's like a curb here, and then these are I-beams underneath that stick out the whole way. So I think that means that we're gonna want this whole thing to sit slightly off grid. This is one of those where I think we're going to end up building top down on a lot of these. I can see us sitting this with back. So I would anticipate and I'll use the stand-in for right now. I would expect we're gonna have something like this, and then we'll make sure that the the beam is tall enough that we can still kind of see it, and then the edge form of the deck will be something. We need to figure out what the railing looks like, and then we need to figure out what the beams that stick out looks like. I think that one's going to be easy because I think, oh, if I included it here, this beam on, oh, no. I think there you go, full tile I-beam. Or find it. objects. Ah, great. I think we're gonna go with sort of the dark brown look because it's more or less rusted iron, I suppose. And then what I will want to try and do, you know, I don't want that. Yeah, make a huge difference, anyways, to be honest. Um, okay, let's at the very least we can do this, or I think it's going to be this one because it'll sit down just a little bit and it won't get in the way of our won't get in the way of whatever fencing choice we put on top. That's going to be, I think, the next step is figuring out what our fencing wants to look like. All right, so this can be a lighter brown, I think. It's white on, so it's like a nosing on top of the thing, and it's like white-ish. Also do. I think I want to go the other way. Okay. All right, and now having learned from my past experience, we are going to actually use Scenery Manager. Copy. Paste. Oh, I never knew that was a shortcut. Apparently, the center mouse wheel is a shortcut for Tile Inspector. Go. Hey, YouTube channel for a while now. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Controls vendors. There's a lot of different control vendors for theme park rides, and there's internal controls as far as like the parks may have. So like we have a controls technician position in our parks who really works on like just general automation, ride control systems, things like that. And then there's also the companies who do the installation and the upkeep and the maintenance of it for smaller parks that may not have a ride control position. They may have somebody that they bring in for it. So a good one to look into is Irvine Andre Engineering. And Jimmy, you may be able to, if you're still here, you may be able to provide some info on that since I know you know them pretty well. But they're a U.S. based controls vendor who do a lot of work with coasters and things like that, and they're a pretty good advocate for uh, new folks getting into the industry, which is always kind of nice. Um, they have a lot of like college tutorial or college groups and just things like that. And for anybody who's kind of out of the industry but wants to get into it, they have a lot of good resources for it. Companies like Intrasys in Germany, they're doing like launch control kind of controls and things like that. So we're like the coaster that I just um, opened last year, we had Intrasys um, do uh, do the launch control on that ride. So it's a bunch of different groups, bunch of different companies. There's a ton of them in the UK as well. Um, I'll see if I can look up after the stream a couple of those as well. But there's lots of opportunity and availability. So understanding, I mean, PLC controls and just in general other kind of control systems is good to know, just good base of learning. And then there's always kind of opportunity for that sort of thing, and it's a pretty good growing field too. As rides become more automated and complexity of rides continues to go up, so you're always going to need a control person to really affect that. So it's a little bit lost on me. It's a little beyond my expertise. So certainly, it's kind of cool for me to see. I enjoy it. Um, yeah, yeah. Well, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Typically, I stream at 2 p.m. Eastern time, which I guess is what plus 5 or 6 hours over there. And so it's Sundays at 2, and then I do Parkitect on Thursdays at 8, which is probably a little late for over there, but I may stream tomorrow night actually too, based on timing, trying to make up for lost time with um, Architect. Haven't done that for a little bit. Can't let Astrotron catch up to me. All right, click go. Yeah, it's amazing how fast the scenery manager does help things go as far as this goes. And honestly, scenery manager is going to be the real MVP here once we get going uh, for all of that kind of stuff. But it'll be nice. I'm gonna build that modular and copy it in. What I want to do is build a couple of them in place though, so we don't end up getting into a situation where the isometric screws us and we can't see what we want to see. The goal is to be able to actually see all of the little intricacies of the structure and everything, because that's half the fun of the Pier Park, in my opinion. Yeah, 6:30 is early start. That's I usually try and because I start those streams at 8 our time, and I try and knock those off by 11, and I'm not up too late. So or 10 or 11 because I'd like to be in bed because otherwise I'll be exhausted the next day. We sure are going to do a hyper of some kind with super beefy supports. Um, and I don't know what kind of hyper it's going to be yet. That's the question. So the and as we get closer to it, we'll figure that out. So it's in our main Blackpool Park. We're going to have something going on over here. So it wants to be an early game hypercoaster. So we're talking 1990s of some kind. So like definitely pre like 98. Um, so we're talking before B&M, before Intamin, and I want to do some kind of like hefty support like lattice and everything else. Which kind of funny because I did that on our last park in the Japanese park. I had the really big arrow with all sorts of custom supports, but the options are I could do another arrow if we want to just really copy Pepsi Max, and we'll do a different layout, of course. We'll do things like that. Um, we could do Morgan, and just do a slightly later on version of that. So a more adventurous Morgan layout, because Morgan layouts weren't terribly adventurous except for Superman Mexico. And the other option, which is the left field option, is Togo, because Togo has A, crazy supports, and B, they beat Magnum to the punch as far as Hypercoaster goes. So we could absolutely do something like that instead, which would be very interesting, and also keep the weirdly Japanese theme of my parks going. So open to either of that, but we'll see. I think Togo could be a lot of fun, so I'm kind of pulling for that one at the moment. But yeah, I did have Blackpool up because I really enjoyed that park. We did a day there when we were over in the UK. Gosh, what, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now, and it was great. I had a really good time. We did pretty much all the theme parks and had a very nice time. But Blackpool was um, definitely pretty special, and it was probably up there with my favorite parks of the trip. Okay, so let's talk railing here. So we look at this one. This is Brighton up here again. We got these nice kind of gray iron columns with this like detailed filigree of a tan infill, and then we have this nice kind of white bar for the handrail. I do kind of like this for the life vest, how it kind of pops up and then has the thing. Maybe we can figure something out for that too, but we do. We do. Has anybody made a seagull custom ride yet? They haven't. We should do one for this. Yeah, Icon's great. Have you been back to do it with the spinning with the Enzo? We did do that, and I had a surprisingly good time on that. That was a lot of fun. Um, hey Luigi, welcome. I hope you're doing well today. And we did originally we did uh the regular icon, and then we went back and did it uh with the Enzo, and it was a lot of fun. Would recommend. A rusty like an actual battery. I couldn't tell you there. I, I couldn't tell you. I'm sure you can Google that. All right, so um, well, actually, there you go. That's probably right up your alley there, Agatha. Good good thought on that one. Not necessarily what I want to do. Mark says I want to replicate steeplechase, so I thought something similar to velocity. Maybe, yeah. I it could be. I'm almost of the opinion that I kind of do want to do steeplechase, but I might do it with the motorcycles instead. Because you can, I'll do like Knott's originally had, perhaps. I don't know. Although there's some charm in the steeplechase, I might end up doing it anyway, just because I can't help myself. But we'll see. I don't know. But thank you, Monster Box, for that follow just now. Welcome in. Hope you're doing all right. I don't know. There's a part of me that really wants to do the stuff kind of regardless. All right, let's. I don't mind that as far as a fence goes. My concern is that hmm, my concern is I might need to make it a little bit thicker because I want to see the column on both sides. We're definitely not getting that right now. Um, Problem is this feels gigantic, like too thick. Hero wasn't great, but I will say that Hero was definitely the best of the Zamperla flyers that I've done. I am impressed with whatever it is that they did to make it less awful than the other ones. Like it was one that I could have easily ridden again. Um, I mean, the nice thing is that uh, that with here, I mean, with those Imperla ones, anyways, I benefit because I am a large guy. So the the restraints are pretty much just here's this cage and you can rattle around inside of it. And the fact that I'm larger and kind of like fill up the space a little bit better means that I don't really shake around too much. So I can deal with it a lot more than something else, for example. But it's not great. It really is not great at all. But like I said, it is of the Zamperla Valeras that I've done, it is easily the best one by some margin, I would say. Um, but I mean, granted, it's nowhere near the. It's probably the worst adult coaster there at the. Well, we're probably the worst adult coaster in that park anyway, and it's probably below some of the kids coasters too. But all right, so this is an option. A little bit hefty, perhaps. Let's uh let's try something else. Uh, let's try the crown molding. Or not crown molding, what is it? The Victorian roof rail, I think it's called. I can find it. Hmm. Even I think I have it in this. And there it is. I think this is going to end up looking too old. All right. Really, we want to get this right since carry through the whole remainder of our little map here, or at least of the here. So we gotta make sure that this fits. I don't like this. I think I can already go ahead and say this is not the one. Rid of rid of half, most of it first, maybe. Let's see about other options. I don't hate that. Oh, that's a. Ooh, that is an interesting unpopular opinion, and I would probably completely disagree with you. Um, I did like Nemesis Inferno. Like it was a good ride. It just wasn't anywhere close to Nemesis, in my opinion. I would say Nemesis has a chance of being in my. I could see Nemesis in my top 10. It's probably more like a top 20, but no, it's. Hmm. Yeah, we'll stick with top 20. But Nemesis Inferno is good. It's probably a top 50 or so for me. Um, but it's not quite to the Nemesis level. So number one's hard to say. So I've ridden 1100 coasters now, so I've kind of have a hard time picking out like the one that stands above all the other ones. So I kind of have just like this grouping of coasters that are all kind of could be up within the top whatever. Um, the I would say Lightning Rod at Dollywood is one of the best ones. You could certainly make an argument for Velocicoaster. I think Iron Gwazi is pretty much incredible. Helix is Leesburg is great. There's a bunch of Fury 325 is up there. There's just a bunch of good collection of stuff. Um, I have been a Glow Striker. It's a really good. It's an upper level GCI. So I'm a little sad about the recent news of that park um, being on the way out here in a little bit. So hopefully, um, although I'm doubting it, hopefully it can be relocated at some point. And that's an interesting thought. And that El Toro is good. El Toro is very good. I prefer Voyage to El Toro if we're talking traditional wooden coasters, but um, it is they're pretty substantially excellent compared to a lot of them. And Terran is excellent. Terran is really really good. Um, Gap. I've not been up for Hollywood Nights. No, I have ridden it in the evening. Um, so I do have that nighttime experience on there, which is great. Definitely one of those of incredible rides. Honestly, that's why Lightning Rod is number one for me. Is I had a really really exceptionally good night ride. I need to do Texas Stingray. So my wife's nearly at 500 coasters, and I'm trying to convince her to go to SeaWorld, like do a weekend trip down to SeaWorld San Antonio this fall, get her 500th on Texas Stingray because she loves GCI wooden coasters. I kind of said, well, that's maybe the best one that she and I both need to do in the U.S. All right, let's try doing a search here real quick. Otherwise, I might stick with this. I don't hate this. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I don't hate it though. Um, but let's see what fence options. This is awful. Okay, no, that's one that I'm using. I don't think I want to do the balustrade one. That one doesn't look great. Yeah, Wavebreaker is excellent. It's a good family coaster. I've only been down to SeaWorld San Antonio the one time, um, and it was really good. I mean, granted, I was there for 2 hours. I think the maintenance guys put me on a bunch of stuff, and then I had to take off. Um, see what the Tostads fence looks like. That may not be a bad idea. There's plenty of time to get your coaster count up. I've just been doing it for a while, and it turns out that when I do it, I focus on kind of go pretty hard as far as some of these things go. So I wouldn't feel like you're missing out. Let's see how that Toussaint fence looks. Find it. I don't think that. Yeah, it is. It is interesting how different those seeming clones are to each other. I don't know. I think of these right now, I prefer this guy. I don't know if anybody has any other opinions on this. I kind of prefer this one. Play around with the color a little bit. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm going for if we can get there. All right, let's. It should be brown on top because if one side's gonna discolor, um, one side's gonna discolor, it's gonna be the top side. We'll do it like this, and then we can always discolor some more of this later, and adjust that. Okay. And I think this is gonna let us. Yeah, we'll be able to have our little life ring. The words failed me there. Okay, so we'll go with this. Let's save to begin with. Oh, not save. Just that if we don't end up liking this, I don't have to pick apart the pieces one by one to get them out of there. The only problem with not having an undo button is here. I actually kind of like what that deco wall does to this whole thing. It gives it a little more dimension, perhaps. All right, let's get our scenery manager. Copy. Um, First of all, well, no edge piece on this side. Secondly, we want to have both wall and large scenery just in case. I don't think there's any large scenery in there, but fix. How does it look? I think it looks pretty good, actually. And it all shows up in the right order on this side, so we still get our columns like we would. We'll just have to go through and at some point discolor a little bit of this just to make it look slightly aged, kind of like we did here with the bumper cars. So that's not bad. I don't mind that at all. What I don't know is if there's a diagonal version of this. I think there. Hearing about that one later. You may know what I don't, but let's check. Check under Fish's objects. Oh, that's quite a lot of useful objects. Checkerboard. Downspout, interesting. That why not? So there's the Victorian fence that we're using. I don't see it in a version, but that's fine. We can have that built for us. That's not going to be a problem. Okay, so let's go grab Manager. This side, let's make sure we start on this side now. Rotate 180 degrees since there was a definite orientation to this. I think the haunted house at Brighton actually has a very, very slight gap between the edge of the fence and the building, so the fence just kind of remains and the building was not taken out. Trying to find a good shot of that. I think I took a picture of it. Question is, can I find it? Not terribly bright, so I can't quite tell. It would be kind of nice to get more of a kind of gravelly sand instead of just the standard sand. What I might see is if we can do something with the ground texture to give it a little bit of, I don't know, crunch, I guess, just to see if there's a way to add some detail to it. So then if this stays level, this is at 155 feet all the way across. What we'll need to figure out is how much we want the slope to go down, like the breakwater, and then the beach is probably going to drop a couple of times, like one, two, or three times, because I wouldn't mind having some height here as far as the here is above the water. Like I think we want it to be at least like six land tiles up, at least enough to get. Oh, excuse me, at least enough to get like two bays worth, kind of two lattice bays. So we can look at that. Um, me, I'm curious as to. This is not play well. That's the problem. I was trying to figure out if there was a way to make the I beam look less gross, like what we did the first time, where it was clipping through our upper area. I don't think we're going to be able to. Was it now? Here it was. Deco and ornament. feel like to do it, you would need to have almost. Actually, that's not awful. Um, it's just pretty obvious how far down the thing hangs, but I guess it doesn't need to be. I mean, we're talking perspective issues here more than or perspective changes more than anything. So, kind of get away with that. Also, make this a little thicker if we want, just to add another pixel's worth of thickness there. I don't really know if it makes a difference, but that's fine. I mean, either way, we can go that direction. Um, Column standpoint, I definitely want to use the column, Argonath pillar, because I think I can like discolor this, and also once it gets more towards the bottom where we're supposed to get into like the barnacles and stuff, I think we can maybe do a little bit of work there that's going to make it look hopefully less striated. Um, that may not be the right arc there. There we go. Yeah, I think that could look okay. So if we have, let's see, so for, I don't know what the best way to do this is. Let's find some opening space. We're gonna make all this dark. Let's give ourselves something a little bit brighter to work with. Turn off clearance checks. Because we know it's going to be at the corner of, or the half tile across. That's one option. Already liking this better. Or actually, you know, it's not going to be, it's going to be more spread out. This. So we're going to go 2 by 2. Or one would be 2. Perfect. Even though nobody's ever going to see it, I will probably put the whole structure in underneath this whole pier, just because if you ever use cutaway view, you can see it. That was one of the things Mavericks and I did in our Tokyo Dome park for the last head-to-head. Is it continues through the whole darn thing, whether you can see it or not. And I'm very proud that we did that because it looks good, I think. And it helps better explain design choices and things like that when you can actually say that all the stuff is there for a reason. Okay. We would do skip one. Then probably reorganize that so it all sits behind. There we go. Well, the real ones are a little bit taller, but I don't think we need to go that direction. Um, have actually just our standard box lateral support here, and then the actual frame would be go with the building block maybe. We can do it with the deco trim, but I feel like that's a little bit too thick. Um, a little bit too much. Dan, how's it going? How are you today? Wonder where you were at. Where you at? Hopefully you're doing all right. Rearrange this. Okay, so I kind of like the thickness of that. Definitely adds a little bit of beefiness without being too overpowering. Again, this is gonna have to get all moved. Yeah, we're playing around with the pier supports. We've so far done the fence, and now we're looking at what the supports are gonna look like, at least from a modular standpoint, just so we can kind of get started on something. Only challenge is going to be here. This one just slightly cuts into the other one. You don't quite get to see all the detail there. And if we came back through and added a little bit of discoloration here with I think if we did a little bit of that, it could be kind of all right, and then we'll just have to get a little bit lighter, kind of further down we go. So let's go back at the photo here. You can see all the barnacles and everything as you get lower, so it definitely gets whiter the further down you go. So that's unfortunately going to have to be a thing for once it's in place, but you know, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Not too bad. There you go. Always good to have design advice in there. Okay. I was happy to hear you heard back from B&M the other day as far as even though they couldn't offer you anything in particular, at least they got back to you. It's always kind of nice to have. And they're good guys over there. I like the B&M folks are very helpful. Okay. Well, this. Really, the big thing we got to do here is just make sure that all of these cables just kind of go behind I never really got into RCT3. I ended up winning it on RCT2.com had an RCT3 giveaway contest with you had to build a park in uh, RCT2 and or basically complete a park that was that they had already built like parts of coasters. You had to finish off the coasters and then theme the whole thing and all that. And I won. Don't know how, but I won. So I won RCT3 and got it and played with it a little bit. Just the aesthetic never worked for me, and I was always looking for at least a little bit more. Now with some custom scenery, I think it looked pretty darn good. The only challenge that I had with it is it still always looked a little too cartoony for me as soon as they um, as soon as you introduce like the peeps or as soon as you look at the coasters from more than kind of one angle. I think the isometric in this form um, kind of helps things look okay. I mean, I'm sure that if you had this coaster in 3D, I'm sure it would be terrible. But at least in the four angles here, you can kind of fudge it and make it look all right. And if there's a bad angle, you can kind of just block it with the tree, sort of the standard thing. But not too bad though. I guess it depends on the custom scenery. And granted, I only know what I've seen from things posted from like Shy Guys World and stuff like that. But um, it it depends, I suppose. Um, I don't even remember what the RCT3 scenarios were. Like I'm sure that there were scenarios. I don't remember what they even had. Um, all right, so let's. I can understand that. I mean, the doing recreations is interesting because it's a balance of what works and uh, what works in real life and what works in the game. Um, But yeah, it is fun to just watch the parks go. I mean, I remember I used to, build the go-karts and then just like sit there and watch the guests as they get into it, try and pick a favorite and see who won what or did what. I thought that was kind of fun, but um I agree with you. They're okay. So structurally we're gonna all right, what I'm looking at here again is we've got kind of our base frame here. So it's a single frame, and this will be the four gap. We've got these angled pieces here. Then we've got kind of a whole frame that comes across the thing. Um, yeah, like pick a couple of random guess and do click the little info buttons, and then you'd have them giving you information as they came around. I always thought that was fun. I enjoyed that whole process. Okay, so it looks to me like they actually sit kind of up on here. I am gonna do this one, I think, in the other block here, so that I can control the color just a little bit. Want to. I like the way this is looking together. Yeah, it's definitely that sort of classic evergreen art style, and just the even with the new details and sprites and stuff, it's still really just kind of feels very old school. And I get that custom scenery is not for everybody, and that's fine. But I find that the custom scenery is great. I mean, anybody who does the no custom scenery, I think that's pretty cool too. I just can't do it. I can't get into that, but it's always kind of nice to see the whole thing. Actually, let's do. There we go, and then we can pick that up and copy paste it further. At least the light brown gives us just a little it gives us just a little bit of color variation there, just so it kind of looks like a little more accentuated shadow, uh, which is going to help us make this at least contrast a little bit. Because the problem is it's going to be all dark coloration. I think we want to be slightly better than that. Okay. Well, what would be nice to have is a one of these column pieces that had a little bit of a flange on the bottom of it, so we could get that extra bit of detail in there. Might be something to add for later. Um, oh yeah, just some of the early rides and early things like that were cool. I mean, I remember the first like learning about the first custom scenery pieces, and really at that point it was Toontowner with the custom full tile roof pieces. So having beyond just the standard roof piece that you got in the game, which did this or whatever, but suddenly knowing that you could now have a corner piece or have the internal corner piece, and it's just it kind of blew my mind that it was like, oh, there's so many opportunities now. Holy cow! Like so many different things you can do with it, and that was kind of where it all went from there, I guess. All right, so let's copy this. I want to do copy this once over. Ah, 0. Like, nice. I was worried for a second there because it looked like it was suddenly on the tile or on the regular tile, and I was like, wait a minute, I didn't ask for that. But okay. Here's the modular single piece, modular upper piece. Um, Once again, save. I will say, and I've said it a number of times on stream before, but the way that our open RCT has changed hacking and things like that, just so nice. The ability to properly do or more easily do some of these hacks is just absolutely refreshing, considering how long it took for some of the old ones to happen. Okay. I mean, that's the thing. Shoestring is such an easy thing to do now. Like you can just mock it up so quickly. Before it would take hours on end, and you had had so much to do. Alright, this this, but now it's just easy. Okay. confirm the rock is okay. The rock is where it needs to be. Yeah, it was. I've had I've come and gone from the game many times since the 2000s, and it was one of those things that I had to kind of catch up on once I got back into the game after being away for a while. And it was just so mind blowing to be able to see what you could do with it now. Um, I do have hacking tutorials on the YouTube channel. They kind of build on themselves a little bit, um, just to do custom rides and things like that. Um, there's a lot of good tutorials out there. I know there's a whole channel on New Element that's got various tutorials on it, or at least links to tutorials. I'll have to see if I can find that. I mean, certainly there's other people who have, or other RCT streamers who have posted similar things before. Um, so we can maybe go from some of those, but I'll have to dig up some for you. Or we can find you some good ones. I will carefully get rid of this. Carefully get rid of this. Look at that. There we go. That's not bad, I don't think. Looks pretty alright. Granted, it's going to need to be a fair bit taller still, but not bad. Feel alright about that one. So maybe what we do is get one more frame on here, and then the water sits at the next level. I just don't want to go down too far right this instant, because then I'm going to have all sorts of trouble getting or basing my selector off of the ground versus off of where we are. We're going to have all sorts of terrible experiences placing stuff. We do still need to figure out this flat ride at some point. We do still have to. What else? I'm gonna add some little details. I think maybe what we do today is at least figure out what this flat ride wants to be. We maybe don't need to get into the actual design of it right now, but maybe try and figure out what the flat ride is, then um, try and maybe sort out this building here, or at least the shape of the building. Um, get a little bit more in tune with what's going on. One of the things that I would not mind doing here is let's bring this up with some invisible path. Only so then I can not have path just up here hiding things any longer. I'm impressed that we've managed 462 guests just with 3 rides. We got one, two, actually no, just 2 rides. We have the coaster and we have the bumper cars, and that's pretty much it. Wow, there isn't even any food or drink or not bad. I don't know who's coming. Well, oh no, is there? I bet there's stalls somewhere else, isn't there? Oh no, these are just kind of hanging out over here. I'm sure everybody's hungry. Let's go give them ice cream and fries. And the rest. There we go. Okay. Let's go take a look at this and lower the end side here because I want to put the rails on it, and I also want to put a first level of frame on. Eventually, we're gonna have to move this shoestring, but fine. I was a little worried about what kind of progress we would make today, but I'm actually pretty happy with how this is going. Never finished the I-beam. Kind of worried because I didn't really plan anything, and then lunch ran late. I guess we were just like, Jen and I were running home trying to get back for streaming time, and then I was like, oh no, I'm gonna be late. We've had a busy weekend. We had our anniversary this weekend, so we ended up going to the nice hotel nearby and having a really good steak dinner and staying there, and then we had our we had some friends who got us into the Premier League friendly match here. Arsenal played Chelsea yesterday at the stadium just right down the road, so I got to see my first English soccer, which is interesting. Arsenal crushed Chelsea, by the way, 4-0. And then this morning it was finally catching up on sleep, and then all of this, and now back to streaming and everything, and then I got to do some work for tomorrow. Get situated. It's hectic time at work, although I guess when is it not these days? Um, oh, what's the DKMP contest this month, AJ? Oh, and where are you off to? What's where are you headed? Let's grab this. And I want to say we're, yeah, 270. Oh, nice. All right. Well, that'll be interesting to see. So there, there. Oh, nice. Well, that sounds great. Sure, have a good time. I really need to get to Colorado. That's one of the places that I have not been able to visit yet. It's been on the list for a little while. It's just there's more places to travel than I have money or off time to do it. So one of these days I'll get there, I'm sure. But oh, nice. That sounds good. I look forward to seeing that. I've hit my quota of DKMP entries this year at one. So maybe next year we'll get another one. Maybe I can finally win one. I've got two second places now, of all things. So maybe one of these days I can turn it into something. All right. Us. Shortcut now. So this is going to be at 0. All right. So it does fit. far as that goes. We'll just need to figure out what this corner detail is going to be. Not only for the roof or the ceiling, but also for the here. But get that 2 1 2 1 2. Ooh. All right. When you say speed building, that's something because, in my opinion, all of your building is speed building. I don't have any of that kind of pace. We need to add some miscellaneous junk to in under here, like probably a little shed building in here that's got the compressor and the generator and everything, and probably we'll need to put a bunch of stuff back here, which once we figure out what all the rides are, we can dump all sorts of ride vehicles back here and just general barrels and boxes and other junk. Maybe we'll put a piece of we can put a high reach back there or some kind of other feature. You're 20 and I'm like 20. That's not bad. You're 20. Holy cow, you're cruising. I've almost finished my entire tub of Coke here, or Pepsi. Which probably means I should go to the bathroom soon. Okay. What's this gonna look like if we... Curiosity where this is gonna intersect. Even. We could come out with the... This it's... Purposes of figuring out where the heck we are. That'll sit in one. Yeah, I'm sure you're having a good time with landscape. I know that's kind of your specialty there. So the thing is with this, we could match a similar width of beam if we do these ones here, but we're not going to be able to do that with the cross bracing. So I think we're either going to need to do this, or I think it's just going to have to be that. Then we'll just have that as sort of a diagonal bit that maybe fills in the center. Really get down to it here. That's too far. Okay. Call this 30. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Guess they're thirsty and can't find anywhere to buy drink. Look at you, probably. Okay. I do want the... Oh, I appreciate it. I'm probably gonna end up building my own stuff for this one, but I do appreciate it. That was a nice looking B&M there. Definitely had that sort of classic style of those. But for me, the best part of this game is doing the coasters, so I will probably end up doing my own on this one. Okay, so that's what our frame is going to look like underneath. So at least we can have that marked out now to get how that's going to fit. Can go away. This can go away. This can go away. So those are just pieces placed erroneously, I suppose. It actually took me a long time to get to the point where I enjoyed building the scenery enough that I could actually get a park completed. Like my problem used to be that I would start a big park and then I would burn out so fast because all I would do is the coasters first, and then by that time it's like, okay, well the coasters are done, now what? And there was just nothing else to do, and or there was so much to do building wise and architecture wise. And I think it's funny because I'm an architect by, like, my degree is in architecture, but I just never wanted to do the architecture. Like, I just wanted to build the coaster, and that was it. Um, Thanks, Mark. I appreciate it. Glad glad it's turning out to look okay. Do the one side here and see how it goes. I think that was the thing, to be honest, Dan, is being able to figure out how on earth all these things were supposed to be shaped. And that took me a long time. Or how things are supposed to work out kind of in the game. So I I hear you on that one. It's not necessarily a fun process sometimes. Um, but you just gotta build and build and build a lot and practice. I mean, granted, I didn't come into my own in this game until 5 or 6 years of building, and now it's been a lot more years than that. So it's definitely takes time. Yeah, Planet Coaster, it just takes too long. Like, I would love to build more of it, I just can't because it's gonna take me ages. I mean, it already, you figure, when I play RCT, it already takes me ages. I mean, this is our seventh stream of this one, of building this, and this is probably stream number 4 of this. So we're what, 16 hours into this, and we have just this. Which, I mean, for me, I feel like we've made a lot of progress, and this is a lot of accomplishment. But I look at it and go, all right, that's it. That's all we've gotten. Um, that can be a little disheartening, I think, sometimes when you go, that's so much. All right. But the thing is there are so many better people than me at this game, and I enjoy learning from them and finding finding ways to do it. Now there is a good opinion. I would agree with you wholeheartedly. I guess is the worst part about that game, in my opinion, was that they gave you all these great options to work with scenery wise, and they said, "Oh, there's so much flexibility in the building," and then they're like, "But here's this themed flat ride, so you better like this one theme because that's it." And that always bothered the heck out of me because I was like, "Come on, what if you want to build something more interesting or something more unique? Like, what are you gonna do?" And that was the only thing you had. But yeah, I agree with you there. That was frustrating. But exactly, it wasn't simple enough stuff that you could kind of get away with it. It was all very very well themed stuff. But it feels like it's missing a little bit, and I feel like the fact that you can't really mod the game is the biggest detriment. Like, I understand that you want to have that elevated quality of game, and you don't want to, have every last user making potentially lousy adjustments. But I feel like there's some balance that's got to happen there in order to get it right. Oh, you mean where AJ? You mean where we went this weekend? We ended up going to the JW Marriott on Disney property and getting going to their steakhouse there. It's for lunch today. Um, it was some barbecue restaurant we had never tried before in Claremont, Florida. We try to every week or every weekend go to a new restaurant that we haven't been to before among kind of our usuals. So that was the new one for today. Um, Giving that a try. So that's pretty good. I will say it was decent. It was one of those places that I'm probably not gonna go back to anytime soon, but it's like a nice change of pace when I'm tired of the barbecue place we've been eating, or the usual one we go to. So I'll give it credit. It was good as far as that goes. Favorite part of theme park memorabilia? That's an interesting one. I don't know. There's a lot of different barbecue options in Florida, and it always tends to pull from wherever. You definitely have the Texas style. You get Carolina, you get St. Louis, all those. But there's a couple of really good barbecue places in the area that I imagine are pretty good as far as that goes. But all right, so we're going to have an interlude here with merchandise. So, all right, favorite piece of merchandise. There's a lot of them. So I really like this thing I got from Blackpool of the steeplechase. It's a 3D printed steeplechase horse, which I thought was really neat. Um, More expensive than I thought it was when I first bought it, but all right, was pretty cool. All right, let's see what else. Um, there's some merchandise that I have that just isn't necessarily something that you're gonna, or it's not even really merchandise. Like, this is a piece of Kraken rail that I use as a pen holder. Incredibly heavy, but it's oh, you can see this is the thickness of rail steel. But that's paramount. That back. What else? So that's a good one. There's well, he's one. This kind of neat little model of Dodonpa. Really dropped it. Which is kind of cool. Actually, it was through like a non-coaster. I think it was like through just some generic like model company. I think kind of interesting. Um, I've got a lot of Space World stuff. So like the Space World from the year it closed poster there. And then this is an original SeaWorld of Florida master plan on Mylar, hand drawn from the '70s, I believe. So that was kind of cool to have that one. Um, there's lots of kind of just neat, interesting stuff. Let's angle upwards. That's a piece of chain from Journey to Atlantis. I have a piece of Kraken chain somewhere here, but I think it's still out in the garage because it's greasy. This is different wood from different coasters. So like, that was Silver Comet, Fantasy Island, Starliner at Panama City Miracle Strip. Um, Wooden Warrior, Quasi, Kenny Woods Racer. Kind of neat because both of these don't exist anymore, so that's fun. At least as far as uniqueness goes. What else? There's lots of just kind of interesting oddball stuff. Certainly, I like all of my icebreaker merchandise, but that was the first coaster that I helped design, so that one is a special one for me. As far as nerd shots go, back when I was in middle school, I went to the American Coaster Enthusiast the media day for Goliath at Six Flags Over Georgia, and I had Walter Bolliger sign this picture that I took of the coaster. So incredibly nerd shot, like nerd off the charts for that. But so I've got Walter Bollinger's autograph. This is silly and stupid, but I still think it's funny. Um, that goes. I felt really bad too because he was just like standing off in the corner, being like quiet and reserved as he is, and I was like, "Can I have your autograph?" And then this whole like lineup of enthusiasts like started because nobody else recognized him, and I was like, "Oh no, I'm so sorry. Like you were so chill." Um, so this one I'm trying to figure out what to do with this, but um it's a cabinet door from the Disneyland Hotel in um, California. I guess the Disneyland Hotel in California. It's got the original park park layout, park rendering, I guess, of Disneyland. Like when they were originally looking to build it. Now it's part of a two set. Like you can see, it kind of cuts off here. I guess there was another piece, but at least I got the good side because it's got the map in the bottom corner, like the key, and so it's kind of interesting as far as that goes. I want to make a coffee table out of it, like put a piece of glass over top of it, and then have like a coffee table for it. I haven't really ow, learned from that. I'm just gonna figure out what to do with it. Well, that's pretty cool with John Wardley. I'm waiting to so I'm good friends with a mutual friend of John's, and they said that we're gonna grab dinner together at some point whenever he's back in the States next time. So I'm hoping to be able to have dinner with John Wardley soon, which would be really cool. Um, I actually, when I was at the bed and breakfast that I stayed at next to Alton Towers, is the one that John stays at whenever he goes to visit Alton Towers, and it was kind of neat because the couple that was there, knew all about what he did, and I guess he left them a whole box of his book when he stayed there the last time, and they gave one to me when we were there, so I've got his book now, which is kind of fun. I had never actually bought it before, so I'm kind of glad that I did. Um, let's see. I don't think if there's anything else interesting. So this is Top Thrill Dragster launch cable, and um, then this one up here is Expedition GeForce lift cable. That one they used to sell in the gift shop, the lift cable. This one, a friend of mine who worked at Cedar Point got me this. I guess they gave it out to the employees at one point. Uh, so that was kind of neat. This is a Premier wheel. This is Icebreaker, a wheel from Icebreaker. Um, yeah, the Blackpool shop I wanted to get stuff from. I just couldn't figure out how to bring it home. Issue. I'm not gonna move that one. Let me get. Oh, got a lot of B&M wheels. Just they don't have the the urethane outside on, but fair amount of these guys, just because when maintenance has ones that haven't passed NDT and they gotta throw out, they'll generally give me a call before they toss them, which is kind of fun. I'm not really sure what I need to do with any more than what I already have, but they're getting there. But that wheel was Manta, maybe. Have Manta and Kraken mostly. The bigger one is Manta. I think that was Manta. I'm trying to think about what else is. A lot of those little coaster dynamic statics models. A lot of shot glasses. A lot of shot glasses. Over 100 shot glasses now. There's I will say I have a fair amount of Hard Rock Park merchandise, which I am very happy to have. So this was one of 2008, although I very much doubt that all 2008 of them actually got sold before the park closed. But I spent a lot of time at Hard Rock Park back in the day. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. Like I enjoy my collections, as you can see, and this has been one of the poster stuff is sort of the main collection. I guess. Let's see here. What else? So let's tilt up. See how far my camera can go. There's those pendants up top. There's an early. What is that? Dutch Wonderland? Yeah, which is my original park, and then Steel Vengeance, Space World. That's the old front row only sign off of Kraken. Love the Fujiyama one. That was cool. There's I have a couple more of those. So there's that one up there is Takabisha, and then see if we can even see this. There's Steel Dragon and Dodonpa, or Dododonpa, I guess. Epcot pins. Been round. Sorry for that ride. Okay. There's a couple of pins and then signage and all that. More shot glasses. More mugs and things like that. There's where your Smiler pillow went, Dan. There on the couch. And couple plates, it's a Disney attraction vehicles poster there, which is pretty neat. I need to get the updated one lately. The guy who does the artwork there is cool, and various Lego and wood ones. And then down here is all of my so these are park maps, these bins here. So that's all of the one copy of each of the main park maps that fit in there. And then I have the medium and large size bins. The duplicate park maps are in bins elsewhere because don't have enough room to store them here. This down here is all of the IAPA brochures from like 10 years of going to IAPA. All the manufacturer brochures and stuff. There's coaster magazines down here, all the roller coaster magazines, stuff like that. So through just industry stuff and all that. I'm pretty sure this bin is all duplicate IAPA things. I need to go through it sometime. I just haven't had the chance to do it yet, and actually get through the thing. But that's pretty much it. So that's the grand tour of the coaster room, at least. So yeah, that's it's most of it. It's not all of it. So the I've got a bunch of posters and other stuff upstairs that I need to do. As you can see in here, I'm more or less out of wall space, but I have the Jen has granted me permission to put stuff in the loft. So upstairs, I've got more things up there. So we'll get that, and then the other one that I have that I don't really have a space for it is actually have a sign for or a part of a sign for an attraction that we used to have. Not gonna say what it is, but that actually can light up and everything, and I'm gonna hang it in our garage at some point because it's like 12 feet long. I had to rent a U-Haul to get it home, but well, maybe once I get it wired, I'll do a sneak peek of it. But oh, interesting. I also have I have a B&M over the shoulder harness um, that I'm also not going to show right now, but that one I would like to do something with. I keep um, joking that I want to put it on like an office chair so that like I can have like for the stream or whatever we can have like the harness or something. I think it would be funny. I kept joking with Jen that I was going to put it over one of the toilets. Um, but yeah, so that was an odd one as well. But turns out that sometimes you can find some aftermarket ones like that. So I got lucky with that one at one point. But anyway, RCT. So let's get back to it, shall we? All right. Yeah, I know a friend who has one of the Top Thrill Dragster seats, and he put it on an office chair as well, um, and so it's got the Top Thrill Dragster kind of like molded seat. Um, I thought was kind of neat. This stuff kind of has to be one by one. I can't really copy and paste this quite as well as I would like. Um, no, absolutely. I'm more than happy for the distraction. I like to do that kind of stuff. Um, and once we have the VOD up, we'll be able to see all that too. So I guess that's a good point for an interlude. So if anybody wants to see the YouTube channel, if you're not a member of that already, that's where I'm posting um, generally RCT reviews and stream archives and stuff like that. Um, but lately, I've just been trying to catch up on things because it's been a while since I posted there. So I've been posting a lot of the old Andrel's Amusement Academy streams. So we're slowly catching up. We got a little ways to go, but we'll get there. Um, Hopefully, I'll have some other content here on the way soon, but that's the place for it. Then the other one that's in there as a link is our Discord channel, where that's our main home where we hang out and post stream updates and just general chat and things like that. So it's a good place to hang out. Definitely join that if you feel so inclined. Yeah, I do say in a lot of cases that I think some of the coaster seats are really nice. I had a chance at getting a, PTC wooden coaster car for a little while, and I nearly did, like nearly did, but that was something that didn't end up coming through. So maybe one of these days here in the future, I'll nab that. But I that's one thing that I want that I don't have yet is a coaster car of some kind. I don't quite know where I'm gonna put it, but we're gonna figure that out when we get it. So I would love to get that. We'll probably replace the couch if I ever got one. Like I would make it fit. I just don't. I doubt I could even get it through the door. Yeah, that's the yeah, CP6 is me. Um, River Rapids Carmel hot tub. That'd be fantastic. Actually, I love that. Haven't even thought about that. My friend has down here has a log flume car that that ran on uh, Snakewater Falls at Cedar Point. So he's got that. I keep telling him he needs to put a motor in the back of it and actually be able to drive it around. I know there's a couple of people in the UK who have that um, with uh, with that, but I thought the decorative rail was a thing. I thought there was another option. Not the Frontier. Oh, no. I've seen at some parks where they've have old log flume cars as like planters and things like that. I've also seen Ferris wheel cars being used as booths in restaurants. I always thought that was kind of neat. Okay. Not quite the same, but I feel like I at least want to put something in here just to have the have a point of at least completion, make it look a little more complete. Let's ask. Ask. I think Jen saw that. I think she knows. I think she mentioned it. I just don't remember if I too busy trying to ride the stuff. We dipped for a second there. I think we're back. Looks like we're back. Yeah, if you lost the stream there for a minute, uh, hang tight. Sorry, I'm looking on Discord right now just to send Extreme a note while I'm thinking about this. Yeah, it's weird. It all of a sudden I got the little red square on OBS saying that I was getting like 0 kilobytes for just a second. It was like just a brief period. It was just long enough for me to go, oh shit, and then it seems like it came back. Hopefully, the case. See how it goes. All right, so let's continue around. I don't know if we're gonna get to any rides today, but at least get this. I wouldn't mind trying to get into this haunted mansion. At least do like a layout of something. Okay, so let's grab this guy. Manager. So my intention, just for awareness here, is to build the whole build kind of this whole area and whole pier area, and then kind of work our way backwards to the land. And then once we hit the land, kind of build the plaza in between, or like the roundabout and everything in between this and our Blackpool-esque park. And then from there, we'll jump into the Blackpool type park, probably starting with the big coaster, and sort of working out from there, so we get everything to fit right. So that's going to be the intention, at least. I would imagine we're still a number of streams away from hitting that mark. I may not completely finish this, but I'd like to come close to finishing all of the stuff on the whole space. Yeah, basically this pier is mostly inspired by Brighton's pier, but it also has a little bit of Blackpool South Pier in it. Um, and so the idea is that we're originally, I was before I went to England like a month ago, I was starting to base the park here off of Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk, which is why we have this very Prior and Church type wooden coaster. So we're gonna keep that at least and work that into the Blackpool Park. But I want to do this sort of English seaside, super dense type park. So we'll have a couple of the similar classics that Blackpool's got. Then we'll do some other different things. We'll have something that stands in for icon. I don't know if I'll do a mock launch coaster or what we'll do. I know Blackpool had gotten proposals from Intamin as well, at least for that. But I would have to imagine that there's some other stuff we could do too. Um, but yeah, I think it could be kind of interesting as far as that goes. Um, so we'll get there soon, I hope. But this is sort of the first focus here. Once we get this in, then we can look a little closer at the excuse me, the rest. And what we can do there because I'm still trying to debate what becomes of Pepsi Max. Like, is it going to be a Togo coaster? Is it going to be a an Arrow? Am I going to do steeplechase, which I feel like I've got to because I'm kind of obsessed with steeplechase? Um, and what what kind of the rest is going to be? Uh, ooh, I've always been a fan of these like super dense type parks. Um, Especially in RCT. I think they're just fun. Um, so that's kind of what we're going after here. And now that we, with Open RCT, now that we don't have to worry about the object limit, there's a lot more opportunity afforded to us as far as what do um, for rides and other things. Okay. Next, middle. Remember, all right, sloping upwards in either direction out. 1, 2, 3, 5. Spin, spin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Behind. Okay. Go. There you go. Nice. Oh, shoot. Hang on. And we're visiting with the Boma guys. onto this quickly, and then we will get rolling. Good that it might not thing. Oh, gondolas. I haven't done enough to know the real difference. I mean, certainly Von Roll is the classic as far as theme parks go, as far as cable cars are. So I do appreciate a good Von Roll, even though they're few and far between these days. Um, but I don't know. As far as like ski lifts go, I know I really don't know them as well. I mostly know Doppelmayr and Poma. Doppelmayr I always just kind of like in general, but that's uh, that's about it. The extent of my knowledge there is limited at best, we'll say. Okay. Hey T Chapman, how are you today? You're doing all right. All right. So let's continue on. When you go diagonal in this game, you can either do every tile or every quarter or half tile, I guess, in this instance. Um, I feel like in general, I go for the smaller one just because it gives you more detail over time. It may not necessarily be the best pick, but it does offer a little more detail, as I said. So we will want to go back through and kind of make this whole thing a little more decrepit. Like I know with the at least Brighton Pier, some of this like white stripping on the sides of the pier was either hanging off or just missing entirely. So um, we'll want to simulate that a little bit just to make it work. Yeah, I gotta get that crunch, Captain Crunch up in here. And then we still need to decide on our second coaster for the pier. Um, Now, granted, there's not a whole lot of options. We want to do essentially the smallest kind of kids coaster we can do. Um, so I've got this layout just kind of sitting here. It's like a minor mic essentially from Wisdom. Um, Mostly because that feels like it's gonna fit. I had asked X7 who does the custom tracks or has made a couple custom tracks if there was interest in doing one of the SBF Visa spinners because I've if we can get the track for it, we can do this, but it's just yeah, not quite enough. Could do the smaller skyline of the two, but or of the three options, but I don't know if I want to do that one. Can't say no. I am friends with those guys, and they do cool stuff. So I do I always appreciate Skyline, but I'll pass on doing one of the Sky Warps. Okay. Let's just fill this in. Actually, I'm surprised no one's ever done that on a pier. I mean, even though it's not going to have the same effect as sitting up 900 feet on the stratosphere, I think it would still be kind of a neat option. Probably not, but the nice thing is that we can kind of make it happen. Oh, that's cool. I'm looking forward to seeing that, AJ. Neat, neat to see. Okay, so let's think about rides here, just as we get a little further on as far as all of this goes, or at least rides and shaping in general. So, yeah, these people have made such a mess. Uh, we're gonna replace all this anyway, so we can put the trash cans down. It's amazing our park rating is still not half bad, despite the fact that um, despite the fact that people are throwing trash literally everywhere. I like that one dude that just had the map pulled out. Like there's really nothing to have a map for. You walk all the way up here. There's a loop, the dead end, and that's pretty much it. All right, take that, and then I think that's some handyman at some point. Yeah, we do have handyman. They're just not. They're just not doing a whole lot for us. It seems. Get him started down there. Lots of markings on here. This is the problem, you know, when you look at doing like a wacky worm, which I would not mind for the pier, is that it takes up essentially as much space as the Jetstar, which is is a problem when you just can't fit it in. It's just as the scale goes all over the place. I mean, you look at the Jetstar, and it just sits right there in the middle. Oh, hey Marcel, how are you doing today? How are things? Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you all. What were you playing, Marcel? Welcome in, everybody. My name is Brian Andrelzik. I'm a real life theme park designer who likes to play RCT. Today, we are building on our Pier Park. We're building a sort of Blackpool inspired, well, UK in general, Blackpool and Brighton and everything else inspired one there. So we're getting we're making some progress at least. Oh, that's fun. GeoGuessr's good. I feel like I would be as soon as I would stream it, I would be terrible at it. But I do like a good GeoGuessr. That's fun. Uh, but that's impressive though. For a good record on Netherlands. Do they have like a theme park version of GeoGuessr? Because I feel like I'd do well on that one. Like I know where theme parks are. That's that's about it. But oh, sounds good. Thank you for the raid and welcome in. All right, well then maybe we'll do a theme park map stream one time. Maybe if we hit some kind of milestone at some point and all that. But oh, cool. I'll save that that link for that one. Oh, interesting. So stuff inside Efteling. I will hopefully be at Efteling next year. Um, it sounds like, at least at the moment, the intention for our travels next year is to go to Netherlands and Belgium. So we'll see how that goes. Family game night sounds good to me. Also, hey man, welcome back. Um, but yeah, no, that's I've been Efteling has been on my bucket list for years and years and years. So I think next year it might be finally time to go to the Netherlands, go to Belgium, do the theme parks in both, and finally be able to kind of answer some of those or ride some of the things that I've always wanted to, just have not had a chance to do. We'll see how that goes. More to come, hopefully. Um, so today we haven't actually done any rides per se. Today we've been doing more of the infrastructure related to our pier. So the foundation essentially underneath of the pier. We're sort of building ourselves from the top down, which is, I understand, backwards, but fine. So what we have so far here is the Schwarzkopf Jetstar 2 that we did some nice supporting on a little while ago. Then there's a bumper cars here in the middle, nice sort of classic Dodgems, all the good lights and everything else. And then last stream we built a waltzer, and we're still having a little bit of theming still to be done on this whole thing. We've got the actual ride more or less over here, just trying to figure out what we're gonna do with it. It glitches a little bit, so I've got somebody working on a new version of the rotating floor as far as that goes. Um, but we'll get there. We'll get there pretty soon. Um, and then we had started originally a little while ago making this more like a Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk inspired park, which is why we have this Prior and Church wooden coaster. I'm going to keep this once we get into the new park, which is going to more or less sit here in the red triangle, but we'll move it at some point. Supports are coming. We're working on the supports. Obviously, we're a good ways away from being done, so this is the kind of our supporting module that we have, and then we will end up getting to the point where these supports will actually go underneath, and not like it really matters. Not like anybody typically is going to look underneath, but if they did, then we will be able to see kind of everything that's under there. But I'll add some of that a little later. At least the various parts that you can see outside are the main functions, which is why we have kind of this done here. But we're gonna go down another bay worth, I think, just to make this a little bit taller. Because what I want to do is we'll have the kind of stem of the pier coming out, and then we'll have the like arcade slash whatever building here up front, and then um, the beach kind of fills in, call it this right here, and then the ocean from kind of here on out, and then we'll slope it on down and see. Um, all right, I guess have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. Definitely appreciate you coming on, and welcome. Thanks for joining the Discord as well. Also, for any of Marcel's folks coming by, feel free to join our Discord as well, where we post our stream updates and all that other stuff. But yeah, so the next couple of streams I think are going to be continuing to build out some of the rides in this area. So we've got another 6x6 flat ride over here, probably like a probably a close breakdance maybe. Then we'll have some other little kids rides, probably a coaster, probably at least some kind of a little coaster. It just depends what we can properly size. And then a few other rides and attractions and pier stuff. Gotta have like a fish and chip stall at least or something like that. So we'll cover all of those here, all those things and more. Um, while we're here, looking at the diagonal ones, I want to check real quick and see if there's messaging extreme on the side here, and just noting noting what was around as far as if those existed. And so far, he thinks that they may have. Um, just checking real quick to see if they do exist. The railing, the diagonal. Uh, just a minute. Definitely a need for more customized things like this, but I don't see it here. I don't think. Oh, okay. As far as I know, this doesn't exist yet, so we'll still keep this here. Leave this as it is. Okay, we do need to do a similar building for the exit of the ride, um, and that so we can probably come in here and copy some over. This one is only too long compared to the other one. So in this instance, it's just going to be easiest to just copy over what we have here. Really nothing new. I mean, it's coming from the same ride essentially. So take a look at the parking spot there real quick. I think I'm debating if I still want to have a third. It feels like we probably ought to have a third base there. Just have it, but I kind of want this to be a smaller structure as compared to the one up front. So let's stick with this, and want to do if we want to do something bigger, we can. Uh, this is the dangerous part of building this while it's floating. At least now that we've lowered the land for the ports, so I have to spend a little time making sure that I don't accidentally dump some of these things in places they're not supposed to be, or do that where I make it just big. Oops. Okay. Then, keeping in with this same design, we'll grab this little like overhang here. Makes this surprisingly beefy for a little tiny station. Um, okay. There, put that one there. I find the top down is easier to build for me. because I like to do the roof area first, just so I can get the overall shaping correct and just make sure the whole thing looks like it's properly supported, and then kind of work downwards from that. Um, that's that's the preference if I can do it, but you just kind of have to make sure that you scale the whole thing right so that it actually sits at the right overall elevation. Typically, the first level is going to be plus 6 or even 7 sometimes object height up to the next level, and then the second through the whatever floors are going to be anywhere from 5 to 6, just depending on kind of what what we've got going. Okay, one's got backside. So it's taller than the peep scale in general. Like the if you really scale this to where the peeps go, it it's taller. But kind of come to terms with that, and I really don't care. Um, I'd rather I'd rather the buildings and everything look more in scale, kind of with each other in general, than I would to the peeps. That's just something I've had to get used to. Okay, so now we have uh, red and yellow lights here. Four. Do a vertical one there in the middle, and actually we'll do the same over here. Mostly because I didn't like this being off center. We're slowly chipping away at this. This is, I think, the fourth or fifth stream of this portion of the pier, since we kind of changed our mind from what we were going to do initially, Santa Cruz style. So this is, if this is number 4, then we're kind of at like 16 hours into this park so far, which is it doesn't look like much, but I feel like we've made a pretty good progress so far. So hopefully that's still the case, and we can keep up doing what we're doing. All right, catwalk rails, white. We're thinking of this as a transportable coaster, which is what it is. So we want to make sure that what we're selecting here are things that kind of are modular. Or what? Go here. Funny, I told myself when I finally was able to make the super zoom work in this game that I didn't really want to use it, and I just can't see myself ever not using it now. Like it seems like everything is too far away now, and probably that's me just getting old. But it's amazing how helpful the super zoom is as far as just getting close to stuff. You can actually build it properly. Uh, so it's and then it's funny when you zoom out because it always suddenly looks less detailed because you put all your time in at this really tight level and then you zoom out and you're just like, oh, okay, that's all it is. Uh, just a little sad sometimes. All right. Um, uh, cross. At some point, we'll want to connect some point we'll probably connect those around the corner. Keep holding out for somebody somebody to do one of those, but maybe at some point. Oh, you mean a host rainbow? No, I've not seen one. I did a custom scenery version of one years ago, and I've seen a number of those still. There are I've seen Zarathustra did a hack of one with the river rafts, which is actually a really clever way of doing it, and that's what I've asked for. Talking with Space K, trying to get a custom ride vehicle, and if we can get the custom ride vehicle, then I'm pretty certain I can do the same thing. Um, Basically, you just do two side by sides on the loop, and then it rocks back and forth together, and then it goes up and over. We'll see. I had thought too about doing a shoot, what are they called? Yeah, it is big. I mean, but you consider the Rainbow is a fair bit bigger than your standard Miami. So the Rainbow is actually a pretty sizable ride. So if you figure the the whole arm, so the main control point it would be in the center, which so half height that feels about right, for the whole overall thing. Um, the one ride that I was considering doing for a little while here um, is let me see if I even have it. Um, Not that one. It was this. I wanted to do here. Yes, we said 9 cars. So I know there's a way. I got to get back through and try this hack again. This was back before Open had all of its features, um, and I was still trying to derive a lot more out of this than it could actually do. All right, let's quick. But yeah, the overall size, you're right, Dan, is in general that's the biggest issue with custom rides in the game, and the problem is from a loop standpoint, that's the best you can do. Is that 6x6 vertical loop is pretty much all you got. Taking a little while. Because this may be an option for the pier as well. If the rainbow doesn't work out, I might do this. Just a matter of getting the hack right so that it works a little more consistently. So the idea with this one, rid of all the stuff, is that it has the rolling back and forth motion before it puts it over the top. Eventually it'll push it up and over. And then it'll slow itself down again the same way, so you have your rocking back and forth. Problem is that it gets off very, 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 very easily, and it takes not a whole lot of option to really get it where it doesn't work again. So that was before I really had used miniature golf holes as a thing. So that's to be determined. Excuse me. All right. So let's jump back to park. But you're absolutely right, Dan. I mean, I am concerned a little bit about the height, but not too much. It's just trial and error is all. Um, so you just have to go through and basically you make something that seems relatively close, and you just test and adjust and test and adjust, test and adjust, and then you start making little adjustments like you add a little hill into the straight section, or do you use different pieces to get the different sizing right, and then once you're close, like once you're within like a one piece length thing, then it's all just miniature golf holes, because the miniature golf hole actually moves it just ever so slightly forward, so it's just a lot of little fine tune adjustments, and even still, it doesn't always work out. So sometimes it's just be a little more difficult, but we're getting there. So that's what I prefer is something that's a circular ride like this, where I don't have to worry about that, or something that's a shuttle, which is going to end up back at the same spot that it started, because then I know it's going to reset in the exact same spot every single time. That's ideally is what we're going to do with the um is ideally what we're going to do when we get to the um that looping starship thing, if that's what it becomes. Um, Hopefully we can do something simple. Let's see. Oh, excuse me. Here, what this could look like. And then it'll be sure, be on the quarter tile is all. Okay. We had a couple earlier. Our old one here, we were doing the arrow. That's centered. The reason I thought there was a quarter tile version of that. The circle. Hmm. Thought there was something else that I could work with here, but yeah. Okay, so Liam's concrete ring would. That'll probably. Don't tell anybody it's concrete because it's meant to be a life preserver. It's an American life preserver. That's pretty much right. put it there, and then add a little bit of filigree on top, and do that. Let's there we go. I feel like that works. As the sort of vibe there. I'll figure out how to detail that up a little better here later on, because the deco wall is going to span across the whole thing, but we'll just want a standard detail that we can add into a bunch of these places. Okay, so we were in the process of finishing up this one here. We had this detail here. Odd that is glitching. Let's see which side. Okay, no, it's not odd. It's just the other one was blocked as well, so you couldn't really tell. Let's see if we can change that in Tile Inspector. Yeah. Hmm. Surprising, but oh well. Not the end of the world. Okay, so let's fix the roof though. We can fix this. Thankfully, the lights actually obscure this a little better than I had thought it might. Um, hey Rob, how you doing? How's your afternoon? Doing pretty good here. We've uh, we've been working on the more of the infrastructure of the here today, rather than rides. Although we did just do the exit building for this one. And hey, welcome, Major Geeks. How are you? So this is kind of what we have set up so far. Um, we did the fence. We're waiting on the custom object for the diagonal, but we've got at least the supports here. It's going to go down another at least one before we hit the water, because I want to make sure that this is kind of somewhat deep down, which we've got the space for it, which is why we did this in the first place. Um, but make sure we're doing okay. This is gonna get so many people lost back here. How many people are headed to the wooden coaster? Is it even open? Oh, it is. Oops. Oh, I think teacups are open too. Oh no. Where do you want to come ride these? Yeah, there's nothing to ride. We've definitely marked up a lot of things so far. as far as what the overall plan is. But now that we have an actual, pier itself here, we're making some pretty good one. Oh, nice, a Dusseldorf fair. That's a pretty big one, isn't it? I do love European fairs. I just haven't had the chance to go to very many. But it's been good here. Things have been fine, making good progress on this, which is always a positive. Okay, let's. Yeah, well, although Olympia is not there this year because it's still in Austria, isn't it? But I would imagine what Alpinebahn is probably still there, um, and probably a couple of the big ones, Holland Blitz. Okay, Catwalk Rails. Grab this. Okay. Then I did put a little detail in here with this planted rail, but I don't think you're really gonna see it. Nonetheless, we'll put it in. If you see it or not, it's kind of inconsequential sometimes. You just gotta do it. What's the right thing to do? Yeah, that looks great. I would love to do it. It's, Olympia is still on my bucket list, of course, but that one just as the others. It looks just incredible. One day they don't. I think it's true in the statement they don't make fair coasters like they used to, and that's for sure. Some of those are just pretty incredible. Let's probably ought to make this yellow just as a safety yellow kind of thing. And then I think it's probably worth us seeing so many guests so far going up that exit. Put a sign here for no entry, and we'll go ahead and make that footpath, just make that banner invisible. Okay, so we also have these, but I kind of like to fix these first of all. Um, we have two invisible bathrooms here, which we're using as viewfinders, but we kind of like to fan these out just a little bit. Right now, it's not really obvious what they're doing. Start cutting it. Ideally, it sits in the middle, but I don't open this. 1K wood poles, I think there's some individual ones. Just need like an individual individual pull and on the quarter tile, so then I can usually take that and kind of out liquid pulls are going to be useful for something. Be useful at some point. Always the fun time when you get to see all the objects that exist that you didn't know existed. I think this is what I'm looking for. I just don't know which one it is. Select both. To find them. I'm very impressed, AJ. That is incredibly quick for you to be able to knock out that whole thing. Basically, since we started streaming, that you're now essentially done. I am incredibly impressed. Nice. I think there'll be a lot of good stuff to see then. Okay, here. Like the rails in the RMC. Well, you got a lot of options. I mean, they can really do any color. You've seen purple, we've seen brown, we've seen red, seen green, see blue. Lots of good options. It seems if you're Ireland, you ought to go green or orange maybe. Maybe this is what our viewfinder is going to look like. I wonder if there's ones like this on the pier itself. All sorts of things like a life preserver. A little bit of signage, detailed light poles. I do like all the signage. Kind of nice. Like a lightning rod, perhaps. Tags. This sort of staining is what I want to be able to have just by discoloring some of the different ones. See too many options. I was kind of hoping to have like one of those viewfinders where you can look through, put a quarter in, and you look through. I assume that's equally UK thing as much as it is in the US. Try to kind of make a buck. We should do like a photo thing, right? We get that on there. I thinking about photo viewing, we could pretty easily fit like a photo booth right here. I don't think we want to do it just right this instant, but let's leave ourselves a tip just in case. And we'll at least put this down and then paint section the two. Flashing lights. Basically, eye holes. Hmm. At the very least, we're already improved from what the other one was. Let's that a day. Oh, we had wait, covering this whole space. Surface one. And is it? Okay, so let's put one here. Let's put one. And oh, that at least makes it feel a little more. Can actually look out of there and swivel the thing around. Then what we'll do is I'll put another box over here, but we won't use this one. We'll make it look like it was pulled out. Okay, and then from here, we'll put back the restrooms. and make those invisible. And now you get all the people that stand in there, and it looks like they're using the viewfinder. I think the same thing can happen with the first aid building. Wouldn't probably hurt to have one, so let's find out. He really wants to use the first aid building, clearly. I guess nothing's too sickening here, huh? Okay, well, then let's demolish that. Add another restroom. Yeah, I like these kind of little tricks like that because it adds something a little more and gives you a little detail that most people aren't probably going to notice, but it's I feel like it's worth it. Yeah, and just to put things where you want somebody to stop and look is a really big benefit, I think. Oh, excuse me. So I need to decide whether we're gonna go single down the center here or if it's gonna go double or more. I think it probably makes sense to do a kind of single walkway and then maybe an overhang on either side, so then we'll have essentially a 2 by middle building and then kind of a 1.5 walkway on either side. And that way we'll have hmm, that way this fits as far as building area. Really, this area kind of acts on its own compared to here structurally acts on its own compared to the stem. But I'm not quite sure if that's best move. So let's take a look. Hey, Techno Fuzzy, how are you? How is your afternoon? Let's at least scenery manager in a couple of pieces here. Oh, okay. Good. Are continuing to build our Pier Park. They're making some pretty good progress, I think, or at least I feel like we are. Doing structural detailing today, more or less. It's not always the most fun thing to do, but then at some point you kind of have to do it. Progress is progress, no matter whether it's fun or not. At least you can make some gains, which is kind of what we're trying to go for mostly here, just to up the, well, not even speed up, but just continue the whole build forward. Five, 1, 2, 5. Been able to scenery manager most of this in, but when it comes to this stuff out here, it's not quite doable, unfortunately. Whereas, I mean, you could make it copyable, but take more effort than it's worth. Those, those, rearranging. Get our views behind the horizontal bar, which is kind of the goal, at least, to get that one. Oh, nice, thank you. Is that, are you running that one? I know Andrew from Mickey Man's RCT station is the one who gave me the heads up that it existed, so I appreciate the invite over to that. Nice. I didn't know that it existed, so I appreciate. Which I didn't quite realize there was that many RCT streamers, to be honest. So it's kind of neat to see that there's more. Oh, nice. Well, if anybody in the group is ever doing Orlando, then I can hook people up with that. But that's neat. Which parks are you going to in LA? Nice. Well, that'll be great. I'd love to get back to both of those parks. It's been since 2015, I guess, since I was last out there. I'd certainly love to get back one of these days. Actually, I've only been to California as far as coasters go once. I mean, we hit literally everything that one time, but it was only the once. Oh, that's something for something for a future visit, perhaps. Okay. Big pier. Hmm. One of the things I keep thinking about is the Haunted Mansion at Brighton has like this huge mural on the backside of it. There's like two beach chairs and like a sunset and everything. I guess we're gonna have to kind of do our best pixel art on the back and do something there. So we'll have to see how that goes. This. Hey J-Morph, I said you may have missed one small piece of scenery when you remove stuff after copying things. What did I miss? Um or where did I miss, I guess more so. Free to let me know. Yeah, if you want to clip it or something, or just tell me kind of where, and I can go over to it. Good. We're adding these beams just to give this a little bit more detail as far as looks like that the whole thing has this sort of built up structure underneath of it. It's got this nice grid on the kind of 5x5s, and then on top of that it's got this like truss structure that goes between the pieces, and then on top of that we've got this like beam kind of set up here. Will hopefully end up with us having a pretty convincing um, thing here. Port. Flip. Okay. So pretty good amount of detailing so far. We'll definitely want to make this taller, so we'll have to lower this another probably 3 just to get to the water level, and then once we get the water level, we should be able to go a little bit further. I don't necessarily want to do it too far yet because I like having this raised up so I can use this as a baseline for locking on to objects with the control key. Gives us at least a start. Stop. Absolutely stop. It is nice to have the ability to change the draw order now, because it used to be that you just had to place all the objects in the correct placement, just so that you're like the correct sequence down, so that you could actually make it work. But once we finish all this, it's going to allow us to um, be able to kind of move on more useful things. I was kind of actually dreading doing this, but it's turned out all right, and I haven't had too many concerns about it so far. Great, thanks. Let me adjust these real quick, and then I will take a look. And what time? So we're gonna head towards wrapping up. We'll at least try and finish the bulk of the fencing and like this. The last thing was these. All right, so let's take a look. Okay. Thin brown piece, clean cursor, and aha. Yep, you're sure all right. Good catch. A good spot because it's one of those things that if you don't catch it now, you're just never going to catch it. It's going to be one of those things that you might catch towards the end, but on the whole, it'll typically end up being something that either you get lucky and somebody catches it during like a QC type of thing at the very end, and you can fix it before the park gets released, or you release it and then you find it. And to be honest, this park is going to be so big and so dense that chances are it's just not going to be. All right, so get whole section done. And certainly is, there's a certain amount of tedium that comes with these, but it kind of is what it is. And honestly, I kind of like it sometimes. It's nice to be able to sort of relax and just knock stuff out. And I don't really know why I'm filling this in on the corners because once I get the right object, I'll be able to swap it. But at least for now, it's going to look more done. Area manager. Um, we need. Yep. Go on section. This. This. Go. I think in the corners though, here especially, I would like to have something. Does something like this, and then we can put like a light bulb on it or something. That way, at least there's some a little bit of kind of more ornate detailing, perhaps. I'd like to do it in the corners here, but I don't think we have the space for it. Oh, did I? Aha. Trying to figure out why everybody was going back there. All right, everyone. Okay, there we go. Oops. Okay, so I feel pretty good about this so far then, at least as far as the overall design goes of here. Gonna definitely have some height variation to play with once we lower this even further. From the actual like walkway or I guess street height of the town down to the water is going to be pretty substantial. It's probably going to be at least 10. So I bet we're going to have some opportunity to play around with that. I did want to do a tram out to the pier, and I there's a part of me that still wants to do it, but I don't know if I want to squeeze it in there. Like the tram sounds really cool. I just don't know if it's gonna fit. My only concern. Also, very cool. That looks great, AJ. Glancing at it real quick, I'll be curious to see it a little closer in game later. I guess the thing is, if I did the tram, I don't know if I would just. I guess I would just put it on one side. Um, I don't know. I'd have to think about that a little bit and see what the best kind of thought process would be there. And then, as far as underneath goes, oops. We'll have this whole structure here, which I guess there's. You can go ahead and just copy this one over. Scenery manager, select, copy, Z, and then we'll 0. So that's gonna back cutaway view. Some point it's gonna get here. There it is. Okay, so that. So the grid makes sense. I'm not too worried about that. I'm more so trying to figure out what we're gonna do as we move outwards. Because if it's gonna be, oh, not that one. It's gonna be 5 by 5. We're gonna be here, and it is gonna grow at some point. I'll probably have like a little bulge out for like a little restaurant, and then again, and then we'll have this maybe. I don't quite know yet. Haven't decided that whole option. It would be nice to bulge it out in a half diagonal, just to give it a little bit more room to breathe, perhaps. But I'd like to have this make sense from a structural standpoint. Like, do I want the, where do I want the next beams here? Do I want the, oh, not that. Off turn. I want the beam to be here. Here, kind of would make sense for me for it to be here. Then it's 2 and 2, so it at least stays kind of on grid. We'll call it that. I think that makes sense. That way we'll be on grid the whole way. So the 1, 2, 3, 4. This one here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go here. Then this is where we'll go out with the half diagonal. 2, 2, over 2, 2, down. And this may push a little further, but to be honest, we can just grow the whole map. And we're only at 260. We can go out. We can go out an endless amount more. I just made the map big to make the map big, so we don't have to ever worry about running out of space or hitting the map edge. There's no excuse for that anymore. So, okay. That means that we can now take this. Not that. Scenery Manager. Select. Scenery Manager being the real MVP today. Okay, why are you at different height? 1, 2. Aha, it's just not connected. That makes sense. It sits inwards. So do I want it here? 2, 3. No, I think I want it here. I think I still want it here. Here's where the real fun comes in, because the way that we did this, the way that we shaped this, means that now when I do cutaway view, this is already done. So this is now, granted we're doubled up a little bit here in the middle, we can eliminate one of those columns worth, but the whole thing is structurally kind of where we want it to be. I would put another one of these beams down the center here, but that's how we want it to be. So we'll have beam coming down, and then we'll have the beams across both directions. Yeah, works for me. As far as this one goes, I have to tie this in here. Come on. Oh, nice. I guess they're getting lost or stuck. Are we still stuck? Why are we still stuck? I thought we opened this up. Why is there a footpath here? Leave that footpath. Go around. Go around. You're so stupid, beeps. Clearly some of you can figure it out, but not all of you can figure it out. I just don't know what to do to make you figure it out faster. Because I figure if you'd want to go home, you'd still be going in that direction. Because these guys are just caught in an infinite loop here. Trying to get to. You're all leaving the park. I may have to do some invisible pathing work at some point to figure that one out. I don't really want to have them come all the way around. Like, the idea is they can't get around the coaster. Well, who will? Well, now it looks like a pier, so I think that's the big success of today is we can at least say that now it looks like some kind of a pier. So I'll take that as kind of a win for the day, at least. I think the next step we need to do is really start to finish off some of these flat rides. The the bumper cars I think is finished. Certainly the waltzer is close, but it's not there. The coaster is close, but it's not there either. We need to do some just different detailing pieces and all that before we really get too far on it. And then now there's a fair bit of extra room for activities here since we expanded the pier. Um, and then we'll see what else we can do with it. Yeah, the colors turned out okay so far. I wasn't really sure about the yellow and red on the coaster, but I'm pretty happy with it so far. I think there ought to be a Helter Skelter. It just seems like something you've got to do at some point on the pier, and a couple of the piers that I went to all had it. And if we did one, we can certainly do it with the floor gone. So once you get rid of the floor, it makes plenty of sense. It has that nice feel. Granted, it feels small because the rest of the stuff here is tiny, but I also don't know how you would make a custom one. So I might put it over towards the kids stuff just to give it a little bit um, more things that are in scale with it. But um, fine with me, I think. Um, yeah, we'll go there, and then what we need to figure out, beyond that is going to be um, searching for the best way to do these buildings, like what kind of theme we're going to do. Like, we probably want to do more Arabian influence with some little spires and things like that, just to give us some detailing and some kind of a something. So probably that. We need to figure out what this ride is going to be here, and then once we get through that one, then we should be able to free up a little bit more space. I do think since I can now move this up a little bit here, all that, I think we can safely put another ride here in the middle, and I think maybe that ride wants to be like a pirate ship, just a standard swinging pirate ship. That way, at least we have some kind of an oscillating type ride, and it feels like a pirate ship is necessary in this kind of a setting. So we'll see how that goes. Well, hey, Space Amanda, welcome. How are you doing? How's everybody doing? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. What were you doing earlier? Stream today. Welcome everybody. Welcome Compact. Welcome Tunes. Welcome Grey Wolf. Hi everybody. My usual stream spiel. My name is Brian Andrelzik. I'm a real life theme park designer who likes to play RCT, and that's what we've been doing. So we're making some slow but steady progress on all of this one. Hey Greg, welcome. Hope you guys are doing well today on this nice Sunday afternoon. It's a little gray out there these days, but not too bad. Still Florida hot, but I think it's hot everywhere these days. Hopefully it's cooled down for all of our English viewers. Lily, quiet. We've been building a theme park on a pier over the last couple of streams, trying to sort out what we're going to do here. So it's been a little bit of an infrastructure and structural engineering stream today, I guess. So maybe not the most exciting, but it's still something, I suppose. Um, we're making some good progress. Um, hey, there you go, Tunes. Good catch on that one. It is based on the Jetstar 2 model, which is the one at Lagoon there, among a couple of others. I think there's still, gosh, 5 or 6 left running at least, but yeah, not too bad there. But I should mess with emotes at some point. I never have. Like, one of those things where I feel like there's a whole world of Twitch things that I just don't know what I'm doing. So you were lucky. There's even a little like pop-up message when people follow now, like that. That took some doing for me, who is not internet savvy. But okay, we're getting there. Eventually, I want to do like custom ones, but that is well beyond my skill set at the moment. Well beyond. Like, holy cow. Also, hey Josh, welcome. Mostly, I just need to hire somebody to do it. Which, I mean, granted, Josh here is to be credited for all of our graphics on the channel, so that's always good. Yeah, I may need to enlist some help here. All right, what are we? Make sure this is all sized here. Yeah, Josh has got enough to do. He's got real life IAPA. You've got to do graphics for the actual attractions expo here. All right, so if we're gonna do, we wanted to do a swinging ship here, just behind the bumper cars. So we're gonna do a custom one just because it ought to be. Um, Actually, let's save this first. So the options that we've got are a couple different ones. So we can go, and I think what's going to make the most sense is to do one that's on the grid. So here's when we did the tutorial for this. All right, there we go. Ages ago, this is the one that we did. And I know that there's some custom ride vehicles that we can change this up so we don't have to use the coaster track anymore. But this was the big swinging ship. So just from a reference standpoint, this takes up, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is about a 4 by, I want to say this is 6 across. We don't go flat at all, so 8 across. Okay, so that's one option there. I think that's what we're gonna do just because it's the most traditional, probably based off of the Huss Rides swinging ship. Or we want to get fancy, which I'm not sure I want to get fancy, but we can do that maybe. Is head to head 9 to. So we can also do a. Oh, I thought this one, for whatever reason, I thought this one was diagonal, but I guess it wasn't. We can do one like this, which is kind of where I more want to go, is this custom one here that Mavericks and I did. That's right, AJ. You're right. The seven liberal arts one is diagonal. So, so this one from Tokyo Dome was not. But I'm kind of happier how this structure turned out with doubling up the columns there. So I might want to stick with this anyways. We can let me check and see if this one's just the same as far as the design goes. I am proud of this park. So if this one was the Tokyo Dome City knockoff, essentially, that we did for Head to Head 9. Gosh, how long ago was that, AJ? Was that 2 years ago? Feels like ages. Holy cow! It's been a little while. Was it really last summer? Was that it? Holy cow! Beyond where I thought it was going to be. All right, so this one's not as bad. If we go, oh, you're right. You're right. No, it was. Wow, time flies, I guess. But that's all right. Okay, so 3 by 3 by 2 by 2, and then the corners. That's an option. Let's look at seven liberal arts real quick. Um, just to see the diagonal option. Okay, diagonal ship was here. Which I do really like this like Tremine type ship that who made this one? Did Space Gate do this? That doesn't say, but I do like the theme, although it probably doesn't really fit with our like British seaside park. Yeah, it's a little bit just floating since you can do like the stock ones. So the stock oh, they don't even have it in here, do they? Pirate ship. It's raining. Stop raining. All right, so you can do the standard, swinging ship like this, where it actually like the game comes with, where it just the whole thing properly moves back and forth and is properly animated and everything, or as we've kind of come to do, at least in the community, a little more, is some of these larger rides where you kind of have to use your imagination a little bit more. Thinking of the SpongeBob meme with the imagination. But it floats and kind of looks a little funky when it's moving, but when it's stopped, you have the theoretical arms and everything there that it more or less is in the right spot. But it's one of those personal preference things. I kind of like the larger ones because I feel like all the RCT rides are always like all the original RCT rides are too small. So that's why pretty much all the new ones that we're doing are these much larger ones. My only issue with the diagonal swinging ship is that you can't go vertical. So it ends up with this kind of weird thing where it doesn't look like a complete arc. It kind of goes through the arc and then it goes straight, because there is no vertical diagonal track. So I think that might be more of a hindrance to that versus a help. But if we go back to ours real quick, where is it? There it is, Pier Park. Okay, so just knowing what we did from a sizing standpoint, we know that it's got to hit what, 1, 2 by 3, I think. So that means the footers were here. And ride-wise, that would be the dummy track for it right now. Two, 4 loops. That'll at least get our arc of the swing taken care of. Let's pop open Scenery Manager here and click the whole damn thing. We don't want walls, we don't want surfaces, don't want any of that. Let's take the rest of it though. Okay. So I want at least 2 wide through the middle, which we've got. So we've got kind of, well, half. 1, 2, and let's stick with that. The moment. Don't think. Weirdly, neither Brighton Pier or South Pier has a. Neither of these have a swinging ship, which is somewhat surprising. We might do a booster still. I think if we don't do the Huss Rainbow, we might do a booster. Which, as an aside, this coaster is absolutely worthless. It was like one of the worst coasters I've ever ridden, and that's saying a lot now. But uh, do not ride. It was incredibly painful. Um, let's see here. And then I think, just since we're looking at it, at least this is going to be the what we're going to base the haunted house on. Sort of this like chintzy looking fairground style haunted house with, this sort of like 2D painted on facade. And I want to do this with a little tiny drop in there that you can see. Jen and I broke down on this ride twice and got evacuated by this ride twice. Like, I never even made it around the whole ride. Like, I ended up getting to walk around it, because it kept breaking down like it was an electrical cutout. It was pretty funny. But yeah, Tunes was not a good, not good. I mean, the park itself was just, I don't know, it was pleasant enough as far as a kind of junky fairground goes. I mean, it's cool because it's all out over the ocean, kind of on the south of England there. The wild mouse in the back is pretty standard. I mean, I've done 20 or 30 of those now, but I think I've done at least one of these looping ones before. But man, this one was, for whatever reason, just really horrendous. Like, it just knocked your head every which way and was not ideal. It was probably, of all the coasters we did in England, and we did 70 some, this was the worst of them, I would say. But it was not ideal. Um, yeah, I mean, from the massing side of this, I like that this haunted house is not totally symmetrical. Like, it's partly there, but partly not. It actually makes me wonder if they might have modified it at one point. Because there's a spiral lift up in this like column here, and then there's a little drop and things like that. We broke down first on this like spiral lift and had to walk down that, and then the second time we broke down like somewhere in the in the thing. But AJ, here's your Helter Skelter slide. So if we do the slide, we'll have to put it. If we do the slide, I want to put it next to the edge of the pier, only because I distinctly remember on this one feeling like I was going to go flip into the water because it was just I was cruising pretty fast on this thing because I'm sure it wasn't made for the fat ass like me, but it was definitely on a level of terrifying that I didn't expect a slide to be. So we will definitely have to go for that one. Um, what else? Oh, they're just putting that one up in this, so that was fun. Um, there are times when I tell these stories and then I'm like, oh man, I really probably shouldn't have ridden that, but whatever. China was the worst one, you know, for as far as regrettable coaster rides go. Granted, we never. I was gonna take that. I was gonna say we never got hurt, but I'll take that back. I did get hurt. Was in an accident on one coaster there, but that was yeah, that was not so good. But aside from that, it was fine. Um, okay, so I think our shape of the pier, by the way, is going to have this same sort of look where we have our octagon, we go straight, bumps out, bumps back in, and then it'll go up, and then probably won't have all this just because this is really long as far as that goes. But we'll have like an arcade type deal here because I want to base it off of, I mean, mostly Brighton, but also Blackpool's here. So where are we? South Pier. Um, which this one just looks so much more dense and honestly a little more haphazardly put together, which I kind of enjoy. Um, have a little bit of street view here. So I absolutely love the knockoff Little Mermaid here that is definitely not licensed. That also has a little Kawasaki Ski-Doo ride on for some reason. Um, so that, we're gonna have to do slightly concerning unlicensed things. So that'll be fun. um, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do a little janky swing here. All of those. I do want to do one of these oh what are Huss break dances. So be should be all right. All right, dudes. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you hanging out. Um, Teacups is this? Oh God, that's Snow White as well. We're knocking out all of the Disney characters all at once. It's good. Um, okay. Little tiny carousel, little like baby carousel. What is this? 2 horses wide? Okay. So that's something that we'll probably want to do. Actually, that thinking through it, as we jump back real quickly, that is probably going to be this guy. I think we'll at least move this over one away. I probably ought to give it a little closer to the edge. Or do I actually trying to balance the wanting to be dense versus wanting to have space for people to kind of hang out. For now, we'll set it there. We might move it up one closer to the bumper cars. Is everybody still stuck back here? Well, they figured it out. That's good. You guys didn't. Raul S is still having the trouble. That's all right. He'll get over it. All right. Back to the park here. So this is more so what I want to do, I think, with the... I want to have the shape of the Brighton Pier with sort of the density and the sort of jankiness and disregard for copyright laws that this one has. I feel like that's more entertaining, at least. And then this one does have this really nice, nice arcade. Nice being a relative term as far as it's big. It's not janky, but that there. Also, one of the things that I found very interesting in these places is that like arcade areas and slot machines, definitely one and the same. Like it was really weird walking into the Brighton Pier one, and there's like all the little paper cups that you can get. Actually, brought I brought one home. Yeah, I did. You can buy the you can get the little paper cups at the Brighton Pier, and there's like slot machines right next to like the kids coin pusher games that you see at like Dave and Buster's, and it's very strange. Like I mean, there's signs that say the slot machines or whatever, the gambling's for 18 or older, but I'm like, at what point is the coin pusher game just also gambling for kids? Because it pretty much is. It was just very strange to see them all put together because you don't really see that in the U.S. Um, I found that to be a little kind of odd as far as the overall setup went. Um, all right, so let's. Aha, this is sort of what I was looking for earlier as far as the water out. So I think we're gonna do ours with the water sort of halfway in. So we'll set ours at the tide partway in. This frame is a lot more dense. Um, are they still considered gambling? Really? I mean, I guess to be fair, I lost like 20 pounds doing it. Uh, just because I don't know, they're fun and it was something to kill time. Well, then I saw a bunch of kids gambling. In that case, if the coin pushers are considered that, that's good. I'm glad there's controls in place. Okay. Then of course this is what we'll end up doing for our Blackpool style main park. Once we get off of the pier and get built to building the main park, which to be fair is probably like 20 streams away. Let's be optimistic here. But that's okay. We'll get there at some point, but we'll want to start with the big coaster and then kind of move inwards to the rest of it. Because what I want to do, where are we here? So this one is sort of call it a rectangle, more or less. Um, Ours wants to be more of a triangle, I think, with the entrance kind of at the acute angle of the triangle. So I kind of think we're gonna take the big coaster and kind of wrap it around the front of that. Lily, Lily, why are you barking? There's a Lily dog break. Lily, come here. Lily, there she goes. Lily. Lily has had enough. Oh well. She has things to say. Okay. Are you harassing the cat? Yeah, she's harassing the cat. All right. Um, for the main park, I definitely want to have the steeplechase horse ride. Um, I don't know if we're going to be able to do three because it's going to look really gigantic in RCT. Just because the way the spacing goes for the whole thing, so it might not roll that way. We might have to do two, which was not my favorite, but who knows? We'll see. Um, then I want to do one of those at least. I probably want to do a racing dueling wooden coaster or something. I really do like the Grand National layout here. I mean, this you felt like you got punched getting off of this coaster, but it was a pretty fun ride, despite all that. Kind of weird to say, I guess. Um, okay, what was I doing? All right, let's go back. All right, so it's 6:30 now. I've got probably about 15 more minutes or so before we have to go. But let's look back at this ship. I'm actually surprised that there aren't more ships in on piers, or at least over there in England, because it wasn't like there was a shortage of that type of ride over there. It was just interesting that that's. I'm trying to come up with an actual reason for that, other than the fact that they just haven't bought them. You would think that it would fit really well, but my only thought would be potentially the oscillation with the weight of it would be not so hot with just the supporting structure of the pier itself. I don't think that really makes a difference, if I'm being honest. Um, Maybe not. Either way, I think we're gonna do one, and we'll do it. Um, yeah, it's gonna be such a tight. Or well, I don't like how it sits on the tile because I would love for this building to be right up against the support, but not quite there. I will have to look up and see what our options are for portable ones of these, because I think we want to be more portable swinging ship than in place. Because I mean, being this Pier Park, you're gonna see a lot of these as being portable. Um, I think in general your options are going to be here. So our options are going to be, you could do the chance rides. There's the Ferris Fury, which is the standard model, which I don't know how they came up with that as a standard model. I don't know what screams Egypt about a swinging ship, but nonetheless, there's where we are. Could do that as an option, and then Hos should have Eric. No. So at least theirs gives us a little bit of information from where we put catwalks and things like that, just to at least have that info. Now, granted, this is in ground, not portable. I'm guessing I probably have a couple of options. Let's see here. Feature type decorative, all for all ages. See, theirs doesn't say that it's portable. I wonder if SPF Visa ride. Oh, that's interesting. The new one. Huh. Seen that yet? That's cool. All right. But they have a little knockoff air race now. That's interesting. Or sort of, kind of, maybe. Oh. All right. So what am I looking at? Thrill rides, family rides, children's rides. A lot of family as what I'm guessing will be their ship. I mean, SBF Visa makes pretty much everything these days. They need to decide who they're going to rip it off from. And maybe it is a thrill ride. Thrill rides. Let's see. Hmm. Towers, other thrill, roller coasters, dance. Okay, so they do frisbees rather than. I didn't know they did an interior facing frisbee. Like those. I've never been a huge fan of their inverting ones. I don't like the hang time. When it gets up to the upper end, your shoulders take kind of the brunt of all that force, and that's a little much for me. I got a lot of weight to carry around. Oh, is this the? This is the. Have they fixed it? Oh no, they haven't fixed. Oh no. Oh no, they haven't fixed it yet. So this this was all over the news like a year or two ago. Gosh, when was this? 2019, I guess I visited this park. It's a park in the middle of Germany, and they had set up this flat ride, and You know, it looks fine when it loads from the ground, and then it picks up, and it's just a bunch of spinning swastikas. So it's just really not great. And they were going to adjust the whole thing, and I thought they had, but I guess I guess not. Oh no. Uh, Because I remember seeing it because they were still in the process of testing it. They had that one set up, and they had a Gerstlauer bobsled coaster that didn't get a chance to ride because it wasn't open yet. And yeah, they I remember standing there going, "That's going to be a problem at some point." And you know, I can't believe they still have it advertised even. Yeah. Like, I mean, look at this. It's just pretty blatant. Like, surely you can do something else to it. Like, I don't know what else you could do, but even this, like this is fine. You put some kind of uh decor piece over top of it, and it looks a lot less like, you know, you're supporting Nazi Germany. Oh, you've never seen? Do you remember the swastika ride? Don't you remember this from where was that? Serengeti Park in Germany?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No,
Oh yeah.
they still have it on their website. Somehow.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. That's right.
yeah,
Yeah. Now that I see it.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing that happened.
So we're not going to build one of those because, yeah. But
I think it like
yeah, it's not so much. All right, what else do we have? Because I'm sure we could do something else. Okay, they have a knockoff Unicoaster. They have Tower Planes. Is this a knockoff Air Race? Might be. Okay, so it's not really an Air Race. I wonder if you can control the spinning. Bet you can. Huh. Okay. Ideally, we'd do one of these. Oh, is this a stand-up version? Oh, might be. Okay. Huh. Cat meowing at you. Oh, that's interesting. The stand-up version of the Miami ride, you know, where it has the row of seats and you kind of go up and around. That would be really interesting in the stand-up form. Depending on how fast the motors are on that one, you could whap your sides a little bit. That could be less fun than averaged. Oh, they have one? A stand-up version of that, AJ? Or is it the sit-down one? Because I like the sit-down ones, like these guys. Okay. Yeah, they can be a little much. I mean, here's their version of the rainbow, I guess. I do wish we had the ability to do like, I guess, I don't know a way to do it without it looking horrible, but the backdrops of all these custom or all these fairground rides are always hilarious, especially the ones in Europe. Like, just the backgrounds are always these like sort of weird looking airbrush people or just like half naked ladies. And I mean, in Europe they're like fully naked ladies, but it's a very odd collection of art on a lot of the backdrops of these rides. And it'll be really funny to be able to bring that in some way into our park. I just don't know how we would do it. With I don't know what we would do, to be honest. Okay, well, I think we can table this for now, and we'll at least try and do this a little more. Oh, the hydrospace object. Oh my god, we could do that. I'm sure there's probably plenty of ways to do similar or questionable things. Um, I guess I don't. Well, I don't know what else we would do in lieu of the swinging ship because I wouldn't mind doing one of those. frisbee, like the outward facing frisbee rides that goes upside down. The one that I said I didn't like, because those are trending right now. I would say I've seen a lot of smaller parks grab those because I think they're pretty cheap, and pretty easy to manage. So I could easily see that as a thing. Otherwise, we need to make this ride look old, like this has been the swinging ship that's been there since the park was built or something, which shouldn't be that hard if we want to go that direction. Um, I want to make sure that whatever we do works. I actually just realized where it does have one is Botton's Pleasure Beach. Let's before we finish, let's look at that. All right, where are we here? Ablethorpe, Skegness. There. Yes, there it goes. Oh, I don't even have Street View in the middle of that. Right. Okay. But they do have a pretty substantial size pirate ship. This is a portable one, which we could build off of this. Actually, we'll do this. We'll build a pirate ship based on. Oh, that's kind of neat with the ghosting. So maybe this is for next stream. We'll build our ship based on this one with the portable floor. So you get some stairs on either side. Just needs to look like it's able to be moved. Yeah. Well, the stand's not there. There's a little fries stand here. We had very good curry fries and spicy buffalo wing fries. Very good. Okay. I like this because this has got everything we need. Like it's got the temp stanchions for like the movable ones. It's got the little operator booth. It's very much a fairgrounds park that looks, or fairground model, which looks pretty sketch overall. So yeah, this will work. We'll take this one, and then I'll probably see about using Kinos's swinging ship from Tokyo Dome. I think that one might be our best bet, unless we can get a better option for that one. But anyway, let's save this, and so this was our seventh stream of this, which I think has only been the fourth of the pier, which is fine. We've got, I think, a pretty good idea about where we're going from here. Like I said, I did keep this all open so that we can expand this in the direction of the inland, I guess. So I wanted to make sure that we at least had the direction that we wanted to build from able to be expanded. So we're only at 264 here. We can go up to 999. Not like we will. Kill the computer, and it would also take me till I'm dead. But we could build out that whole space a little bit. So some options. All right, let's call it for now. I'm gonna see if I can get some of these objects here for the next stream, some of the custom objects, and then get some reference pictures going so we can kind of hit the ground running on this swinging ships, and then we can get another ride added to the park, and then maybe we start some of these buildings. I still want to get on this haunted house at some point. That may be a key one for us next time as well, just to have something to keep on moving with. That way we at least have some progress to be made. Okay, so as always do, I'll put the links in there. If you haven't joined the YouTube channel, we're slowly catching up on old stream archives. I've got a few RCT reviews coming up that I've just got to record. I've got the parks all set up for it. There is a Fix My Coaster layout coming up. I think it's episode number 7. So Andrew from Man's RCT station and I are working on that one. That is, I've actually finished my layout already. This one's kind of interesting. We ended up, it was in the scenario Dynamite Dunes. The user who submitted it had asked us to fix his wooden coaster layout that he had built kind of on the ridge of mountains in between the, if you remember, the big mine train that comes with that scenario. So it's like on the hillside, which makes it a little bit challenging to make a realistic layout. But I'm pretty happy with what we turned out. So should be all right. Oh, and before we go, I did say I would show the scenario that I was just playing just for screwing around, which I don't really get a whole lot of chances to do anymore in this game. Um, but I let's see here. Scenario, unfortunate. So this is the one of the RCT one. I think it was Corkscrew Follies pack, which I have 1,300 guests. October year 3. Park rating is 600. So I've been trying to do it in a slightly more scenic way, I guess, than typical. So this is the park we've been coming up with. So I did a I did a side by side steeplechase because I feel like I've been all about that since Blackpool. I also did a not Mobius, it's just dueling, but a nice racing dueling, actually just racing wooden coaster here. So that was kind of fun, and then a nice little wooden wild mouse here in the middle. Um, so I've had to hit the advertising campaigns really hard to get to the 1,300 because I was struggling hard with money for a while, but we're getting better now, and I'm slowly going through and theming it. So I'll hopefully have a sort of nicer looking one at some point. I was kind of happy with this sort of weird oddball junior coaster that has this lift at the end of the ride versus the beginning. I don't really know what else to do with it, but I'll think of something for that one. But anyway, back to the links. Join our YouTube channel. Discord is where all of our stream updates and just general chatter and everything goes. I'll post updates on other things there as well. So if you'd like to, definitely hit that one up. Thank you everybody who joined the stream as per usual. So we'll be back again on Sunday for more RCT. So Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Architect is going to come back this week just because we haven't done that for 2 weeks, and I really want to get back to it and finish our Happy Co Harbor Park. So that is at least Thursday at probably 8 p.m. ish Eastern. Maybe tomorrow. It depends if I can find a little bit of time. Excuse me. If I can, then we'll maybe play for an hour or two just to push it along a little bit. I've been trying to edit out some of the older playthroughs that we had done, some of those older campaign parks. So hopefully we'll get after them soon too. But anyway, thank you for the raids, both from Space Amanda and from Marcel. Definitely check out their channels as well. And I think that's pretty much it for today. So as always, thank you all very much for watching, and have a great day. We'll see you guys a little later. Bye now.